7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour from the Stiefel Studios. Doug, a Jim Dandy has been prepared for us by Jackson Burkett.
I hope so. We need it because it could be a dreadful weekend around here.
No.
Well, it's supposed to be pretty rough.
Martin, you've been monitoring this at the 2 Fox. What is the latest?
That's a great question, Tim, because we've touched on it quite a bit on the 2 Fox.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I've heard the final prediction for snowfall. I'm taking the over. I did. You guys were discussing it.
4.5 sounds like you got a great value.
I probably ought to take over, too.
Yeah.
Can I switch?
No, the bet's been booked by Jackson.
I think historically, though, it tends to hit the under, and then they'll say, well, to our north, they really got clobbered. Down in Fredericton, they really got clobbered. But it does feel like this one's a little different. So I don't know, Tim, but I think it's a wide swath, maybe in that 5 to 8 range.
I'm on the 2 Fox website.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
fox2now.com.
Okay, thank you.
And they've got us at 4 to 8 inches. Our friends to the south is where it's going to be rougher. 6 to 10 inches as you head south of Festus. And then you get into the Boot Heel area, Dry County. Then you can get into a mix of sleet and snow.
Well, my plan on Saturday is Jackson and I are going to drive down that afternoon, do a wellness check on Festus to make sure he is fully prepared for the storm. I kind of like it if we get a big one, Doug. If we could just get like a good 9-incher, I feel like we could just settle in for a couple days.
Clip that off.
Probably, because it's not going to go away anytime soon. It's going to be cold the whole next week, too.
Settle in. This is where I'll get caught up on the old shows.
I think it's much better than...
Where are you going to go? The Fesco era? It's brief.
Fesco era. I kind of skipped over that the first time.
Yep.
Are there a library of shows they're available to go to?
Buck Swope's Library.
Buck Swope's
Library. For
Library.
like 20 years
Right across,
ago?
you see the redevelopment right across from Plaza Frontenac?
Yeah.
That's the TMA Library.
Is it
That's
really?
the TMA Library?
Yep.
I like listening, and last night's show, it was probably like 2014. Somebody called in and said, you guys suck. And then that was the next half hour.
That doesn't sound like the recipe. You're welcome to call in and tell us that we suck on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101, or you can text it in at 314-399-9646. And, of course, then you can gather with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where John Scores is talking to Jake Reynolds, who's talking to Bill Reloaded. They're all in there, and they are all ready to go. I noticed today, driving in, that there was less traffic on the roads, which would strike me as relatively strange because my understanding, and Martin, again, you're monitoring it for the 2 Fox, is that the storm isn't really supposed to start until tomorrow.
So people are already shut down?
But I'll tell you this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
From the desk of Jack P.
Yes.
I was driving down Olive Boulevard, and I don't mean to fearmonger, but it was about 6 a.m. when I passed Schnucks, a wonderful sponsor, parking lot half full. Like almost half full. And I drive past it. I drive past it every day. I think it opens at 6.
Eggs and milk.
And it's never that many cars in there. And again, I don't mean to fearmonger.
So Tim didn't see any cars on the streets because they're all at the grocery store.
They're all Schnucks.
I think
Johnny's Market right off Sappington? Doug?
Not there anymore.
Yeah.
Not there anymore.
People are going.
Is that really gone?
Yeah, it's been gone for 3 or 4 years. It's now the site of the Lindbergh School District offices.
Grandpa Pigeons?
Oh, I'm thinking of Freddy's.
Right.
Tim, what's
Freddy's
the
is
one
still there.
over on Big Bend, kind of by the railroad
It's a
track?
burger place.
No, but there's a Freddy's Market, right? Kind of like a little mom and pop grocery store?
I think Rock Hill would be the city that's in.
Okay.
Freddy's fries are too thin.
Yeah, we were talking about a grocery store. This is what happens at this show.
And with traffic, if you drive the highway, and I did it today on 270, it's always much lighter on Friday than any other day.
Oh, because people are out having scotch on Thursday, chasing that ass.
I think they're working at home more on Friday.
All right, really?
Because it's always a lot lighter on Friday.
Doug, eggs, bread, and milk are all gone. That's from Bill Reloaded.
Well, why can't we get by like 2 days without going and getting more bread, eggs, and milk? You don't have anything stored up? You don't have any cereal in there? You don't have anything in the refrigerator now?
My father-in-law
Bill
owns a
Reloaded, you're going to
grocery
have to call
store.
in and tell us what you have in your refrigerator.
McCord's Market, West Frankfort. Kim's family has had that grocery store for 50 years. My father-in-law says it's the greatest thing. Like when the storm is coming, it's not just a St. Louis thing. It's just human nature, I guess. You got to load up, Doug.
Yeah.
Yet if you went through your cabinet, you'd probably have enough food for 3-4 months.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow, we got mac and cheese. Oh, we got soup. We have plenty of kids. Oh, we got any food. There's tons of food.
Probably important that you get ice melt on the driveway and sidewalk so you don't fall there.
Guys, the Fats love French toast. That's from Jack B's Hampton Homie.
God, that does sound good.
Do they like?
You like a little cinnamon on there? You like to put cinnamon on there?
I
like
little powdered
cinnamon,
sugar in there.
Yeah, it'll be a nice
Because
treat.
it's not fat enough.
So what I think I'm going to do is at some point this afternoon, go somewhere and just gather hundreds of wings and chicken tenders and fries and then hoard those at my home for the next 2 days, because if I don't have wings and fries for 2 days, something goes wrong with me.
You won't get through
Thank
it.
you. That's, I think, my game plan. I just got to figure out where I'm going to go. So many wonderful choices.
Probably the best thing for America that could ever happen is for everyone to stop eating for just a couple days.
What are you
All
trying
of
to
us
say?
just stop. Fast for a couple days, lose about 5 pounds, maybe 10 if you're lucky, and just go from there.
But the opposite will probably take place. When you
Yes.
got football on, it's cold, it's snowing, you really need to feed yourself.
What are we going to watch tomorrow?
We do have the Illini on the 2-5. They're playing at Purdue. That's actually a pretty good
That's
game.
a Jim Dandy.
2 o'clock on the 2 Fox.
What do you think the number is on that, Papers? I'll say Purdue minus 2.5.
It's at,
Purdue, I believe.
West Lafayette. Yeah,
I think Gary
say
Odom's going to speak.
I'd say Purdue minus 3.5.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to look it up. By the way, the Nuggets, Tim, covered last night.
Attaboy.
See that?
Oh, that was your play.
That was our play.
Well done.
5.5. They won by 10. I don't normally monitor the Wizards and Nuggets, but because I threw that out there, I decided to keep an eye on it. They were only up 6 going into the fourth quarter. I was a little concerned. I wonder if anybody out there, if you took that, it's like a small cut.
Yeah, that's only fair. A little vague on that from Martin. Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, or email in, as there are only 6 Design Air heating and cooling emails of the day remaining in the month of January. And Doug, it is up for snatch grabs. We are staring down the barrel of a one-game playoff because the incel from the other side of the couch is tied with Buck Swope, but champions like Carlos Spicy Wiener, Shooter McGavin, Cougar Hunter Jake, Alan Dadeville, and Biscuits with McGravy came back. First time he had emailed in since 2014.
Is that right?
And he gets a win yesterday. This thing is up for snatch grabs. Somebody's going to win a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. And how about this? We were talking about, okay, what are we going to give away in the month of February? Because it's about 98% that it's going to be nothing. And then all of a sudden, I got an email the other day from a gentleman who owns a roofing company, and he wants to put a roof up on the line.
No fooling.
This show is like a Bob Vila starter kit. This is great.
An entire roof?
Wow.
I don't know. I mean, it hasn't been made official, but hey, there's an opportunity there. I think a car dealership needs to put a pre-owned whip on the line.
Oh, wouldn't that be sweet?
So hey, yeah, you can own the month with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Tip of the cap to Seth Goldcamp and DesignAirService.com for coming up with the greatest promotion in TMA history. And even if you haven't won yet, all it takes is 2 wins to tie for first. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Imagine a brand new HVAC system from Design Air and installed by Design Air online at DesignAirService.com.
What about giving away a mattress, Tim, asking for a friend? Can we give away a mattress?
Oh, yeah. How about that, Doug?
Did he ever get a mattress? I
Talking
don't
about
think
Ken
so.
Iggy Strode?
Yeah.
I want a I don't want a roof. I just want a friggin' mattress.
He was desperate for a mattress. Someplace to lay his head.
Jackson, what do we have here on your Stiefel dossier today?
Load it up. We got Joey Vitale coming up at 8:15. So, grab your hallucinogens. And then at 9 a.m., we will have Gabe DeArmond, he of PowerMizzou.com, talking all things Missouri.
There was a thought process that they may attempt to reschedule Missouri's game with Oklahoma tomorrow. Both Oklahoma and Missouri expected to be in the path of this storm. Colonel was reporting last night that that was not going to happen unless it was absolutely necessary. I don't know if that has changed. I would imagine you might see some games rescheduled.
You would think. It's going to be hard for fans to get there.
Yeah, I don't know if like Vandy or Tennessee play at home this weekend, but those games might be in trouble.
Looks like Vandy and Tennessee are both on the road.
Okay.
But you have those TV contracts to deal with.
Yeah.
I'm sure the networks aren't real keen about teams canceling games at the last
Mizzou
minute.
is on ESPN 2. It's a 1 o'clock start, so maybe get it in before the
Oh,
storm.
I
but
think they'll
everybody's
get it in. I think they'll play.
What about the Blues? They got a 7 o'clock tilt Saturday night, right in the middle of all this.
That's rough.
But they tend to play. I know the players always laugh when we shut down the city.
But like,
Oh,
if you're in home all day waiting out the storm and it's decent enough, and you have Blues tickets, you'd be like, "Man, I gotta get out of the house. We're going to the Blues game."
But if you grew up in Saskatchewan or somewhere in northern Canada, this probably happens once a week.
yeah,
Hope
Okay.
he's prepared for my square footage. That's from Mr. Licks. What does that mean?
Hope he's prepared. Oh, he's going to win the roof.
Oh,
And the roof will require extra shingles.
Yeah, he probably
He's
has
got
a
bigger
compound.
house. Yeah.
how's Huntley zoning?
Pretty strict, I would imagine,
They have like 4 fast food restaurants?
or less. I haven't seen any ever.
Is there a single business in Huntley?
no,
I think there's a monogramming and needlepoint business.
yeah, I don't.
Kind of under the table.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything with a storefront. It's brick and mortar stores.
Probably a few major corporations being run out of home offices.
Right.
in
Yeah.
town.
And instead of the obvious sign of wealth, instead of a kid having a lemonade stand, somebody's selling gin and tonics in the corner.
Its contribution to the GDP is strong, but I don't know if it really has a lot of businesses.
Stop it. No one's going to be watching Mizzou basketball anyway. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I will be.
So
Most
you'd
will
be
be
mad if they cancel the game tomorrow.
Yeah.
I could see this weekend being very dangerous for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners because out of boredom, I could see me just betting on stuff. That's what this was, a weekend of betting on stuff. We rescheduled my younger son's birthday party. I felt like it was the right move. It was scheduled for Sunday. What do you boys think on that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You thought that was the right call? All right,
Yeah.
good. It makes me feel good.
Did it upset him? Probably.
He's oblivious.
Okay. Yeah, well, then do it.
No.
Yeah, I don't even have it. He'll never know.
No.
Yeah, look at
Wait a
that.
couple
Now we
years.
can
Hey, it's your
save
birthday.
some of the money that I'm going to lose by betting on random NHL games this weekend.
That's what you do. To take that money, Timmy, and push it over to the wagering.
No, you tell them that you're only having the birthday party if this under hits.
Thank you. Kudos to Jack B on getting the TMA app to work this morning. Now, how about that Ricky Proehl interview? That's from the Tin Man. Martin Jackson was taking a lot of hell yesterday for the app not working and for Ricky Proehl not appearing on the show as he was scheduled and promoted to be at 10 o'clock yesterday. So what you going to do? What you going to do?
Well, on the app, I reached out to our department who would handle such a
That's
thing.
the app department.
Yeah, the web department. And they said they didn't notice an issue. So maybe it fixed itself because that was the extent of what I did there to fix it. And then on the Ricky Proehl thing, similar effort given by me as to when the app wasn't working. You know, I reached out and did my best.
Yeah, 0 for 2, I guess.
The segment,
Or 2 for 2,
Well,
if
that's
you think about
right,
it.
yeah.
the segment after, though, when you guys were getting crushed and Ricky was getting crushed, was great entertainment. Maybe it was all just a bit.
Yeah,
Well done,
silver
Jackson.
lining. Silver lining. There's always a silver lining.
Silver Linings Playbook?
Yeah, it's okay.
I didn't like that movie.
It's okay.
I didn't get why that was so beloved.
Yeah.
Probably the interaction between the delectable Bradley Cooper and the starring role and Academy Award performance of Jennifer Lawrence, DBA J-Law.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Bobby De Niro.
Yeah, good late period De Niro. Chris Tucker's fun.
You like that? Martin didn't like
Good
it.
late period De Niro.
Well, yeah.
How many movies do you think Robert De Niro's been in? Gosh,
many.
it's got to be 100.
I'd probably 120.
Best one being The Intern?
Best one being New York, New York.
How about Godfather 2?
No.
Sorry.
No. What I said no in the middle of Doug saying that because I was joking about New York, New York. Godfather 2 is way up.
Oh, the no was meant for you.
His best performance is probably Raging Bull. But I would also, Godfather 2 is way, way up there.
Meet the Parents.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
How many? I Googled how many movies has De Niro been in. It says at least 116.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I wonder if that might be the record, you think?
No. We did this the other day. There was some.
Yeah, Alexis, Texas has done 283.
That doesn't count.
There's some Bollywood actors who have done in like the high 800-900s.
900?
Is that right?
Yes.
Who has done 900
Yeah.
movies?
Surprise guest, Martin.
Right.
People in the Bollywood community.
Eric Roberts has over 800
And
credits.
he was in the Mr. Brightside video cucking Brandon Flowers?
There's an Indian actor with over 1,100. 1,100 credits.
Michael Caine was in a lot of movies.
Yeah.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels?
Yeah.
Good or bad?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
God, this Movie Boy.
Cyber
I was on
House
Movie Boy
rules.
yesterday. Has that been released? Oh, it's released on Saturday mornings.
Yes, Saturday at
Good
10.
weekend for it.
Yeah,
Yeah, this will be a good weekend to settle around and with the family and listen to Movie Boy.
yeah, and so there's going to be it's a kind of a double feature Movie Boy because Tim and I talked for about 24 minutes yesterday about Landman, and then another 20 or so minutes I'm going to talk to my father about Landman.
Oh,
Yeah, because his grandfather was an
Landman?
oil man.
no way.
Yeah,
So that's where you guys got your money?
That is.
I
That's
wish.
why you live in Ladue.
No, he worked on the patch. He wasn't owning the rigs or owning the
On the patch. What's that?
the oil patch, like where you work on
The oil
pulling the-
fields?
yeah, that's what they call it, the patch.
It wasn't that he didn't work at Mobile on the Run or anything like that.
No,
Consider
no.
himself an oilman.
No. If I said I was an oil man, you would agree. So talk to my pop for a little bit. So it's going to be fun. And then also
So
Oscar
Pop is
nomination
on the
thoughts.
pod?
Not
Yes.
with me, though.
So Tim's on, and then you say, all right, we'll come back after
Yeah,
break
a little
and
ad
a
break,
reset.
and then back with my
Okay.
dad. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Did I get cucked by Jackson's dad?
No, you're going first. You're like first on the couch.
First on the couch.
But I mean, I'm the opener. I don't open for anybody.
No.
No, the opener will be me talking about the Oscar nomination.
Doug, you want to?
No.
How long is this pod?
It'll be about an hour. I've gone way longer.
That's a quarter of the length of QFTA.
Yeah.
Which is, what was yesterday's episode called? Dear Deidre Gate.
Dear
Martin,
Deidre
of
Gate.
course, killing Dear Deidre's on this show. That was part of the terms. He wants to onboard at 10 and Dear Deidre's have to go away. And we finally opened up about it in the QFTA so titled Dear Deidre Gate. And then there's a 3-part Movie Boy. So that's how you're going to fill your snowy weekend.
Yeah.
In addition to this, guys, it pays to be a swinger in times like this weekend. You have other bodies in bed to keep you warm. Doug, that's from the Swing Haven board member.
Pays to be a swinger. You still gotta get those swingers from point A to point B.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I guess they're coming and they're just camping over for a while, just staying there for weeks at a time. You'd get tired of the other swingers, wouldn't you? Go home, you tell them.
May I join you?
There it is.
That's what
What's
they
that
do.
from?
Iggy brought us some piece of content where it was some Florida playhouse. What? Where people, they were like showing off like all the rooms they had. One of them was like a swinger room or
So it's
something.
like reality TV?
Yeah, it was kind of like a.
I think that was the host of the program knocking on the door,
Yeah.
asking if she could join the folks who were already gathered.
It was like a practices and procedures handbook on how to go about this playhouse.
And we all know you're supposed to just go,
That's right. Yeah, you cough.
It's something about like a cracked door means you want to watch. I don't know. And I don't want to kink shame. I don't want to kink
Well,
shame.
I
Getting a
do.
little
I
close.
don't know.
Any Pogs in Kirkwood looking for some company this weekend? That's from Big Paws. So
It's
he's
a
putting
call
himself
out for
there.
Pogs.
He's putting himself out there.
Okay.
Hey, Jackson, you hanging out with any girls this weekend or just guys? Based on the current movie discussion, I'm guessing it's guys again. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Probably a nice mix, if I had to guess.
Oh, is that right? So you will be going out this weekend?
I'll try to, yeah.
Is that right?
As if the
Look at you.
Yeah, look
well,
at you.
tonight it's not going to be bad.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, hopefully, it's cleared up enough where
Are you
some
within
fun can
walking?
still be
You're
had.
within walking distance of anybody?
I could walk to Obie Clark's.
Well, that might be an
And have him
option.
turn on some NBA games
Yeah, done it before. I'll do it again.
on a Saturday night with the Blues playing.
I
Yeah,
see.
I've done it that exact circumstance.
Crush it tonight. You're a little hungover tomorrow. It doesn't matter. Sleep
Yeah, that doesn't-
late,
what
get
it
up,
doesn't
watch
matter.
some ball.
Yeah.
Maybe walk up to OB's at about 4 or 5, get some wings.
I think I've told this story before, but this was this year. I went to Obie's and there was one NBA game on when the rest of the TVs were the Blues, and someone wanted something else on one of the Blues TVs, and they were like, "Yeah, no problem." And it accidentally changed to all NBA games on every TV.
Oh, no.
And I tried getting a picture up, but there was an upheaval in the building, and I was laughing my ass off.
Let's see what we got here. Hey, guys, hop a quick flight down here to the slums of Florida, and you'll avoid all that mess. We've got plenty of room. Come on down. That's Sharon and Clayton inviting us to Sanibel, Doug.
That'd be a fun place to do about a month and a half, 2 months worth of shows this time of year.
Guess we can do that, and then we drive across the state on February 16th. This program live from Cardinal Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah. Florida? Sure. Is that what you said?
I said it how you normally pronounce it.
Okay.
You're hearing.
That does sound pretty good.
I'm just a few blocks away from you, Jackson. Come by for some cocoa and cuddles. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
That sounds nice.
You're not going to walk to your friend's house for cocoa.
No. You're the one who loves hot chocolate.
I do.
Yeah. I'm
You
not
put
shaming.
marshmallows in it?
No.
It is good.
Yeah, it's very good.
I'd rather spend time in a North Korean gulag than visit Florida. That's from the amateur proctologist. It's a take.
It's a
Yeah,
bold
that's a
take.
horrible take. He's never been to the right places in Florida then.
Jackson, I'm a young stud as well. What's the plan this weekend? Shall we get snowed in at Tam Ave Bar? That's from the Baldwin Bandit. Guys are looking to hang out with you.
Yeah, I love Tam Ave. It's more of a summer bar. Like I still like going there in the winter when it's mild out, but when it's really, really cold, you're still kind of outside. And they do their best putting like a fire out there and trying to kind of put a tent around the place, but it's just still pretty cold. And this weekend's going to be brutally cold.
I see the authorities have asked that if you can, stay off the road Saturday and Sunday so they can clear them out. But if you're your age, single and ready to mingle, it's hard to stay in on a Saturday night.
And not to mention
it's hard.
red blood American who'll drive wherever he wants.
Oh, if you can get there.
No, I know.
I'd love to watch some NBA this weekend and see if the Nets can cover 55.5 points. Nice league. That's from Flip Wilson.
Yeah,
Doug, the Nets had a problem the other night against the Knicks.
Guess who was on Knicks minus 11.5?
Oh,
This
sweat-free.
guy.
Look at
Really?
this.
This guy.
Gosh.
Smoked. This is 66 to 120 or something crazy like that.
So they didn't cover if you were getting 55.5.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
They scored
Brooklyn.
66
Sorry.
points as an NBA
Sorry,
team.
MPJ.
Hey, Jackson, next time I see you at Stan's, it would be an honor to buy you a beer in honor of Tim. That's from Big Tuft.
Hell yeah.
In honor of Tim.
Shoot some pool. Maybe sing some karaoke.
There are no gulags in North Korea, idiot. It's all sunshine all the time, per Supreme Leader Jr. Tim's obviously the OG Supreme Leader. He's less oppressive and significantly cuter. Thanks. That's from Brian Henshin, Doug. And he is Korea native, am I correct? But I don't believe it's North Korea.
I wouldn't think so.
J.J. Weatherholt over the weekend was asked about the Olympics, if he was going to play for Korea, and he said, I'm not Korean enough. That's what he was told. I don't know what but he had the quote. He said, I'm not Korean enough.
I like that.
He doesn't look Korean at all, is he?
I don't know the lineage. We'll discuss it.
I saw he put on disguises at the winter warm-up and went up to his teammates to get autographs. Did anybody see that video? Nurse,
Really,
Nancy,
Weatherholt?
Chasey, yeah.
Well, that's a good sign, because, I mean, if he's going to
There's
be
a
a
little
star.
personality.
Yes.
There's a little personality.
I didn't see that.
Yep.
He is Korean American. His grandmother is from South Korea. And he said he would love to represent South Korea in the World Baseball Classic.
Okay.
But he's not Korean enough?
So that would be
What did I say?
one quarter Korean?
Same thing.
I guess, yeah.
Sharon just sent in a picture of her house in Sanibel, and I gotta doff my cap.
How's it look? Nice?
I mean, it's got to be like a $4 million house. This Sharon, Doug.
Oh.
Harrison's brother Master with his money.
It's going to send ripples through the text line.
Sharon and Clayton with her money. And then the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has that business. And also she's going through, what is it, her fifth divorce? So she's got
I don't know.
She's got maintenance coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Used to call it
It's
alimony, now it's called
refreshing to
maintenance.
see rich white women.
Why is that refreshing?
We need a night for Tim at a Billikens game. And somebody has sent in St. Louis basketball Tim McKernan appreciation night. I didn't know they were doing this, but apparently it's going to take place on Tuesday, January 30th.
I think they got the day wrong. It's a Friday, right?
It's a week from tonight. We're all going to be there. Woot, woot. Billikens and Dayton. And then this rumor that comes into the text inbox that John Hamm and Nikki Glazer are going to be in attendance. Doug.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I don't believe, I don't know. I know we have some friends of the Billiken program who listen to the program, Martin. If we can get a confirmation.
Did somebody really say that?
Well, I think it made an appearance on social media. And now, as things sometimes happen, it's been turned into it's actually going to happen.
John Hamm was in Winnipeg on Tuesday night, said he was filming up there.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah,
about?
he was at the Blues game.
I knew he was
on
there, but
I
I
think
was
he was on the
wondering
pregame
why.
or intermission. He was on the call of the game, but he said he was filming there, and he said it's a 1970s theme Midwest. And he said, yeah, it looks a little bit like Indiana in the winter up here. So they're using Winnipeg. But I guess if you're John Hamm, you could duck out and get to a game.
Probably.
Maybe they're going, Tim, because they heard it was TMA night.
That's kind of, I'm glad you said it, because that's kind of what I was figuring.
If those two are there, we're going to have to walk across the court a couple times to make sure the attention is on us.
I agree with you on that. I hope they're not going to be pissed by that. But, I mean, both have been on this program, so they're going to have to be excited to see us.
Right. And if they ask nicely, maybe we could get them on again. No promises.
At the very least, Movie Boy.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Well, they do their best.
Quit sucking up, Sharon. That's from Martin Sweatervest. Sharon sucks. That's from Big Tuft. Sharon's a gold digger. She probably has 4 husbands. Tell her. No one cares about her stupid house. It's from the Marquette Pisser, and Sharon's large house has upset the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
A lot of jealousy. A lot of jealousy.
Yeah, it's not playing well. Jackson predicted that, and he hit it on the head. Get involved on the program. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is where friends have gathered this morning. People are already shutting it down in preparation to shut it down. Mm-hmm. It's youtube.com/TMA. STL. Jackson has prepared a wonderful Stiefel dossier. Joey Vitale, 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And then what a comeback for Jackson at 10 o'clock. Jackson, let the audience know.
Yeah, so the plan, me and Martin talked yesterday, is for Ricky Proehl to call in around 10 o'clock and debrief.
To go over what happened.
Yeah.
We don't care about the schedule.
Yeah.
I called him, and so then we talked about it. We said, maybe let's not even promote it because we'll just get mocked endlessly. Oh, he's really going to call in? But I called him after I left and took a break from onboarding, cigarette break, called him, and he goes, hey, Martin, what's going on? I just got out of the shower. I said, we were calling. He said, was that at 10 o'clock? I said, yes. I said, and you want to be my Battlehawks coach, and you can't even make a call in? I got so many Zooms going on. He's out in California, apparently. He said, it's earlier out here. I go, I understand West Coast time. I think we'll talk to him today, but the whole premise now will be to mock him.
Oh. And today, Doug, of course, 26 years to the day.
Oh, that's why he pushed it off.
That's why it was great producing by Jackson. I think his nuanced producing style flies under the radar for the audience.
It's so nuanced, it would seem like coincidence, but I refuse to admit that.
So you're playing chess, the rest of us checkers.
Yeah, 3D chess at that.
The real story is Papers didn't even try to call him, and then when I called, he's like, you guys never called. So you were purposely...
Oh, I called him twice.
I'm saying you did it so that it would be on the phone. It was all
I didn't pick up on that.
Okay.
That's on me.
Doug, the Nipper School Monitor says, LOL at people who really think Martin wanted to get rid of Dear Deidre. You are the dumbs. That's from the Nipper School Monitor. Well, we broke it down thoroughly on the QFTA podcast. So Dear Deidre Gate is up along with Movie Boy tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 o'clock. So right when you're...
3-parter.
Yeah, so it's one big episode, but it'll have several different segments. So if you're looking for if you watch Landman, I think you'll be handsomely rewarded.
What percentage of the listening audience do you think has watched Landman?
Anywhere from 25 to 35%.
I'm going to agree with that. I was going to go 33.
That's a large number.
Yeah, but the numbers for the finale were huge.
Oh, is that right?
I think it was 3 times the amount that they had for the finale on the first season.
Wow.
I think people got hip to it in the intermediary period between season 1 and season 2. And now,
Doug, you haven't watched it?
I have not.
You'd enjoy it. 100%.
Oh, I'm sure it would. And it's a story about a guy who works at a gas station?
Oil company.
He's an oilman.
Yeah.
All right.
Is Billy Bob the star?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's the second star?
Second lead. This season, probably Andy Garcia. I mean, like, if we're doing, like, the billing list, it would be him. But, like, the second most screen time is probably Ali Larder.
Okay.
Doug, you were wondering, the stay-at-home trailer park dad?
Yeah.
Texted in to let us know he'll be smoking ribs this weekend. Did you want to know?
No, I don't care. We're all eating something. We all will.
Is that a humble brag?
And I'm sure he's just the greatest barbecuer in the world.
He's a grillman.
Every guy who barbecues thinks, boy, they know how to do it. No one else does. And if you don't like your steak just the way I do, you can suck up.
You can what?
I don't know.
I need a dump.
I'm not sure what.
You might need to use the dump button, surprisingly. Yeah, that Chuck from Fenton Bar and Grill texted me last night, and I think I might need to gather 100 wings and 100 chicken tenders and 7 pounds of fries. And then, Doug, try to get through this snowstorm.
Make a little throne out of it. A little throne out of the chicken.
7 pounds of fries.
Isn't that the right number?
It's like a bowling ball worth of almost.
So four people in my family.
Yeah.
And I need 4 pounds by myself and then a pound for everybody else. Wouldn't that be the right distribution?
I would guess.
Give it to you in a duffel bag, just a duffel bag full of chicken and fries.
Out the back door.
Yeah.
Fries don't travel well. That's
No,
the
they don't.
problem.
You're
But
right.
the air fryer changes the game.
Air fryer changed the game.
Changes the game. You can.
Martin, you have an air fryer?
We do have an air fryer. The whole family uses it, but me, I have some interface issues with
No, dude, you can
settings.
resurrect pizza or fries.
Yeah, but
Doug, do you like that resurrect pizza?
That was a little
I don't
much.
care for any machinery where instead of me typing in a number, it has like a little icon, and I'm looking. Is that a turkey leg? Is that a what? They do that at the microwaves. Instead of just typing in 1 minute, it'll show a little slice of pizza, little tray,
It's
little
like a
dish.
Fisher Price thing.
Yeah.
Well, they can resurrect fries.
They can. Boy, howdy.
Sharon and Clayton, after sending in a picture of what I think is a $4 million home, I could be off the mark on it because it looks like it's literally on the water as well as being massive. She says, Landman falls under the category of time of your life you can't get back. Do not bother.
Oh, okay.
So maybe Sharon and Clayton needs to appear on Movie Boy.
I don't think she's bringing the right
flip side.
energy. I don't think she's really bringing the right energy.
Can
at
I
all.
change my name to Martin's anti-air fryer agenda?
I struggle with mine too.
Couple weeks.
Is that right?
Yeah. Maybe I just got a bad one because I never know what the settings are.
It almost is like foolproof because you can just turn it on and set whatever, and then eventually, just after 5 minutes, just pull it out and see where it's at. Like it's only got really one setting.
Yeah.
Well, different heats, but it's all going to eventually do the same thing.
Tim, you like a good timeline?
Yeah, I love a good
Talking
timeline.
storm.
Yeah, what do we got on
So
there?
the timeline I'm reading here. Saturday morning, light snow begins to spread northeast and east across the bi-state area.
Cut.
Saturday afternoon, snow continues tapering to patchy light snow.
The eye of the storm.
Showers and flurries. Saturday night, moderate to heavy snow developing around midnight. So it sounds to me like even the
Saturday's gonna be okay.
Like Saturday evening, you're going to have some snow out there, but that the real heavy snow is going to be overnight Saturday. Sunday morning, snow in the morning with tapering to flurries in the afternoon. The first wave will arrive in the area during the day on Saturday. By the late afternoons, Chris Higgins is predicting 1 to 3 on the ground by late afternoon Saturday before the overnight second wave kicks in. So I think you can manage Saturday.
So Saturday
afternoon.
can be a pony, it sounds like. It's Sunday, Doug. We'll gather and we'll watch the Broncos and Patriots and Rammies and Sea Pigeons.
Well, I was going to do that with my high school friends. We go every year to Helen's for that.
Oh, do you really?
I don't know if
do you get wings? Do you take the skin off?
I would take the skin off if I got it.
You like the
I don't
crinkle
know if
cut fries?
I don't know if it'll do it. It might all be canceled if it's as bad as they say it might be.
All right, Vaughn, you want some cheese curds? Do you have broccoli?
Cheese curds. They do have broccoli.
They do have.
You know what today is the 15-year anniversary of, Tim?
Let's see, so I'm doing some math. 2011. Whew. Probably a Girl Next Door of the Year party. Is this loaded? Is this the 15th anniversary of Loaded Up?
It is.
How in the world, Doug, does Chairman Kurt know that? How do you know that?
Were you there?
I'll tell you off air.
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
You bring it up on air, and then you got to explain it off air.
I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
Sharon and Clayton says an air fryer is literally a convection oven. And that 4 million number is way short. That would just buy the land. Just saying. That's Sharon and Clayton. So I was right on the price of the land, but I'm off on the price of the overall compound, Doug. I am way short.
Okay.
Does she have a $10 million home?
I don't know. It could be.
God, we have a wealthy audience.
Yeah.
We have a wealthy audience of
Well-heeled.
beautiful women. What a demographic.
Nearly all of them.
Let
Nearly
the sales
all.
staff know the audience of the morning after are net worth 9 figures, Central Corridor, most of the time streaming from locations such as South Florida, Palm Springs, and I assume Australia.
I would assume as much. Yeah. Well, if that's really her house, there is room for all of us. So I think we could go down there for a month or so.
Oh my God. I am on the side of Sharon and Clayton. Time to Toonsis off a cliff. That's from Doug's prison wallet. You remember Toonsis, the driving cat?
I do, yeah, Saturday.
So Doug's prison wallet wants her to drive off a cliff?
No, I think he's upset that he's on her side. He hasn't been on her side in the past.
So he's going to drive off the cliff.
I guess.
Sharon sounds real fun at parties. It's from the 618. Sharon and Clayton does those goofy CrossFit pull-ups. Big MTG energy? That's from the Gene Steck-Schulte's Wicked Slide piece. Doug, I don't know what that stands for.
No.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Wow.
Yeah. Trust me. Is that the weird pull-up? Is the one that's like a muscle-up where you do it all the way up?
I think they're called like kipping or Kipling pull-ups or something. But yeah, it looks like you're just really thrusting into the air.
Yeah. I'm impressed.
More of a full body movement, Doug.
Okay. And he can tell that she does those just by her text?
I didn't send the text.
Okay.
This is a sports talk show, right? That's from the 3014. Doug, we're going to get you ready for the Blues and Stars tonight. We'll look ahead to the Cardinals' upcoming season and why the Battlehawks schedule was just announced yesterday. And City has a couple players dealing with injury, plus the Illini head to West Lafayette and get ready to take on Matt Painter and the Boilermakers, while the Billikens will take care of the Bonnies. We'll look ahead to that one. And, of course, Missouri and Oklahoma. We'll preview it all coming up right here on the morning after 101 ESPN.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Way to hit the post on this one, Doug.
Yeah, you like the baby, huh?
Post.
You're always on his side.
I don't know what side he was on.
Jackson?
He threw an Adidas shoe at one of his fans once because,
Why?
well, I think someone threw the Adidas shoe at him, and he got very perturbed by that.
Well, if they throw it at you, you can throw it back.
That's like a huge insult in the Middle East, isn't it?
Throwing a shoe?
Yeah. Remember when George W. Bush got hit by a shoe or almost?
They threw two,
Had to
right?
duck it.
Well, they threw one and then threw a second one, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It also shows appreciation for a good performance.
Is throwing shoes?
Yeah, like throwing your shoe on stage at a singer.
Is that why Mike Myers did he have a bit where he said, "Who throws a shoe?"
It seems like an odd thing to do
Yeah, keep your shoes on.
because you still got to get back to your car when it's over, right?
Eric in the Central West End, not happy. The baby is such Gen Z trash. That's Eric in the Central West End. Does not like the return music.
Oh, it sucks because Doug said remix with the baby yesterday, and I got to work. So more where that came from.
Funny you should mention it, Tim. I am in Brisbane, Australia at the moment, and I'm about to call it a night. It's almost 11 o'clock in the evening, but it's summertime, and the feeling is easy. That's from Patrick Bateman.
Really?
Patrick Bateman, can you call in from Australia?
The
Because I
living
said
is easy.
that our audience is made up of mostly wealthy women in their 20s. Maybe some have just turned 30, who spend their winters in South Florida. All due respect to the Panhandle, Palm Springs, maybe some Scottsdale in there, and Australia, where, of course, it is summertime. And here's this guy's probably married to one of our wealthy listeners who are vacationing in Australia. So, Patrick, call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can join us and tell us how things are in Brisbane. Doug, you've been to Brisbane.
I have not been to Australia. I'd love to go someday. Like to see New Zealand also.
Agreed.
Jackson for president. That's from Kirk Herbert.
I'm not running.
Not run.
Well,
You're not old enough.
Yeah, I got to wait another 8 years. But then I will. Then I'll take the country.
You'll take the country.
That's right. It's all mine now.
That'll be fun.
I think
Still
so.
gonna do Movie Boy?
Yeah. Forced listening.
Let's see. Why is the Billikens game so early today? Is it because of the weather for them to travel back? That's from Grady. I don't believe so, Martin. I think it was always scheduled at a 4:30 tip Central, and they're in New York, so 5:30 local.
It's on ESPN2, and I asked the Dish about it, and he said, I'm not totally sure, but it appears that that's what ESPN wanted Friday afternoon. It's kind of fun. Knock off work. People are not working today, Doug. We established that earlier, that people don't
roads
work
are,
on Fridays.
Not
Roads
as
are
many. anyway.
barren for some reason.
4:30, Billikens at the Bonnies, ESPN2.
Doug, what do you think the spread is on that? I'll give it to you.
Oh, I would say the Billikens would be favored by 8.5.
I mean, look at you. You're dialed in. 8.5.
Is that it, really?
That's the number.
Doug's a sharp.
He is a sharp.
Huh. Wild guess. I think they'll win probably by more than that.
I think so, too, because I think Josh Schertz is going to be like, hey, whatever that grab ass was in the final couple minutes, And I think the Bonnies are winless in the A10.
1-5 in the league.
They got one. They clipped somebody.
12-7 overall. They beat LaSalle.
Who clipped Dayton.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Where's their win? I don't see it. Loyola Chicago they beat.
Yeah, Loyola Chicago is a long way away from Final Fours.
Yeah.
A week from tonight, John Hamm, Nikki Glazer, and us at Shea Fitz Arena.
You're the headliner, Tim.
I don't want to say that. I think you guys are also there.
Gonging myself now.
See, Doug, I'm not sure what's worse. Isn't this a sports show text guy or Karen and Clayton bragging about her wealth while living in St. Louis? God, she's horrible. New money written all over. That's from the old Appleton stepdad. And even in these temperatures, he's out on the front porch in old Appleton enjoying a country time lemonade, listening to the show on a transistor radio.
Oh, those are the good old days. Did you ever have a transistor radio?
Yeah, to listen to Cardinal baseball. Absolutely.
When did that stop being a thing? You remember?
Probably sometime
With
in
the
late
internet?
80s. No, the internet brought in Persian Kitty.
Oh,
I don't know. Late 80s, I would guess.
yeah. I listened to some Cardinal games with the old radio under my pillow at night. Not many because it's
Everybody
not a very
says that
comfortable
under
pillow.
my pillow because
Well,
you're
'cause
hiding it from your parents.
Yeah, parents didn't want you to have it. Doesn't make the pillow very comfortable, though.
Doug, we love Shrimply Pibbles. He sends in pictures of his wife, although he stopped when I took Mississippi State to cover against Missouri in November. But he has sent in a text now. I think we're approaching double digits time, and now he's attached a siren emoji to it because he wants us to read.
Okay. I'm very, very close to suspending him.
That's the appliance discounter suspension law?
Uh-huh. I got the pen. Are you going to read it, or is it not worthy?
So if somebody sends in a siren emoji before their text, do we have to read it? I don't know what the bylaws are.
I'll go ahead and suspend him. That'll teach him. Shrimply Pibbles, you have been suspended for over-texting, suspended a period of 2 days' time, and I'm threatening, though not yet, installing a 10% tariff.
Well, I'll tell you this. They're still not happy in Miami, Doug. And now they're turning on each other down there.
Why?
Well, because the Hurricanes lost on Monday night. So we've got a variety of things that they're not happy about. Jackson, do you have the Nevin Shapiro podcast clip?
I do.
We got that.
I like the music.
Michael Irvin is unhappy that people thought he was coked up.
Why would we ever get that impression?
And then the producer who screamed at Dan Levitard. And then Dan Levitard told him, you got to get out of the studio with the way you're acting. Well, it turns out he got sideways with Luke Skywalker or Luther Campbell, depending on who you call him. I know him as, of course, the founder of Two Live Crew. So they're turning on each other down in South Florida. Jackson has all the audio. Papers, what are we going with first here?
I really like the Uncle Luke clip.
So he's telling a story of running into the producer from the Levitard show. Do you by chance happen to have that audio of the producer?
Mike Ruiz,
yes,
when he initially melted down.
When he melted down because Dan Levitard made the observation before the game that Mario Cristobal has a reputation for getting a little tight in big game situations, in big moments. And this sent his producer over the edge. So, Doug, this will lay the foundation for what turns into an argument at Hard Rock Stadium with the founder of Two Live Crew. That then leads into Michael Irvin furious that people think he's on cocaine, and then we'll cap it off with Nevin Shapiro and his podcast. And he's not happy either. So here we go.
Okay, this will be nice.
I'm expecting their best game. And admittedly, that's a dangerous thing to expect when Mario Cristobal is your coach reputationally. Reputationally, expecting Mario Cristobal's team to play the best game in the biggest moment that doesn't have any of the undisciplined sloppiness in it.
What are you talking about?
No, you know that's
reputationally. Reputation. What? Yeah, but you're the ones making the reputation. Reputationally, Miami always gets up for the big games. Always.
Mike Cristobal.
Mario Cristobal teams always get up for the big games. What are you talking about?
Mike.
What is the big game?
Mike.
No. Dan.
No.
Reputationally, don't talk to me about something that's made up. What are the big games that Mario... I am mad now.
Oh.
What are the big...
You're
name
mad
them.
now.
Name them.
Mike.
What are the big games that a Mario Cristobal team has not shown up for? I am waiting.
Okay, now...
I am waiting.
Okay, all right. Mike, quit
I am waiting. I am waiting.
For 5
No.
seconds.
Quit being... Are you calling me an... Because I'm calling you out on your bull. Answer the question. It's about the goddamn ball.
Hey.
Name a game. Name a big game that a Mario Cristobal team has not
murdering
shown
the show
up
with
for.
your bare hands and a dismemberment kit
You
in
don't
cold
just
blood.
make it louder. This is bull. You can just lie on the microphone. He's had 2 months of big games, and the team has shown up. And you're talking to me about a reputation? Guess who's making the reputation up? Dan Levitard. Tell me the big game that a Mario Cristobal coach team has not shown up for since he's been at Miami. I double dog dare you.
Leave. Leave, because I'm not going to be interrupted again, so just leave.
Childish.
It is a good rhetorical trick.
Aren't you supposed to be naked? Because you already showed your ass.
Oh, I don't think it was a bit. I think the guy really got worked up. And you don't know in this era, everything's a bit. My favorite part after the hysterical rant, Levitard says, leave.
So that same gentleman who Dan Levitard told to leave the studio then runs into Luther Campbell, DBA Luke Skywalker, Doug Two Live Crew. You may remember Me So Horny.
I don't.
Banned in the USA. And, of course, Mama Juanita. Watch this. Mama Juanita. Oi, oi. fly. Oh, Spanish fly. Here is Luke Skywalker recounting running into the guy who Dan Le Batard kicked out of the studio, Mike Ruiz.
Yeah, I pray.
I hope we got some beliefs in it.
I pray I got all of them.
This ass from the Dan Le Batard show. And I was supposed to appear on Dan Le Batard's show this week, and I didn't go because I know I probably did something I ain't had no business doing to this dude, Mike Ryan. I said, bitch, I've been a hurricane since you was in diapers. The you talking about? And I'm looking around because I really want to jack his ass up at the police. Okay, camera, police, you got to look at your surroundings. And this motherfucker comes up while I'm talking to this guy and start talking about the same shit. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking, hey, Mike, this ain't the time and place for that, boss. I'm like, this motherfucker. Now, if I take him around the corner and dummy his ass up, this is going to think I'm a So I, Luther Campbell, have to restrain myself in certain settings, in certain situations, because I know it can be perceived as angry black man. So the man said, the big executive was like, is that the Mike Ryan from the Dan Le Batard show? I was like, yeah. He's like, why does he act like an ass? Mike Ryan, in my opinion, he's the dummy on the Dan Le Batard show. But I won't go on your show and then say that slick shit so I can make you look like a real guy, the dummy you are of the show.
Uncle Luke.
So he had an interaction. I don't quite understand.
He was going to be on the program, the Dan Le Batard show, and he said, well, I don't want to go on there because Mike is the dummy of the show. Then Mike saw him at the game, and he wanted to go with Luke Skywalker, Luther Campbell. But then Luke Skywalker says, I know if I get into it with this guy, people are going to think I'm out there starting crap because I am the founder of Two Live Crew. Again, me so horny. And that was sampled from Full Metal Jacket. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
Am I right on that, Jackson?
I don't know if I've heard the tune.
Nice show.
So
I've only heard the producer.
So he's recounting his run-in, but I didn't realize that the run-in was related to him calling him the dummy.
Yes.
Okay.
On the Dan Le Batard show where he was supposed to appear, but then after the game, Mike, who said he did not want to wake up the next morning after Indiana beat his Hurricanes, he ran into Luke Skywalker, wanted to scrap with him. Luke Skywalker politely declined, but said he only did so because he didn't want to be accused of being the guy out there starting crap when it was actually Mike Ruiz who does business as Mike Ryan, if I'm not mistaken on this. Yeah. So, Doug, those Hurricane fans are turning on each other. Then Michael Irvin is flabbergasted that people thought he was coked up.
Even though SNL did a whole bit, basically.
Wait. First of all, y'all know damn well Coke don't last 5 hours. Y'all know damn well Coke don't last 5 hours. And I hadn't partaken in 20 years. But if you got some 5-hour stuff, let me know. That's just what I'm saying, man. Like, stop it. Like, stop saying this stuff. You know what I mean? You've been looking at me for the last 5 hours. There's no way I can do something on this sideline. But they're not doing it out of reality. They're doing it to get to you. You know what I'm saying? The reality, and another thing I want to say, you know what? When I used to get high, that's exactly what I would say. No matter who I saw. Oh, he high too. Because you high. Yeah. That's the way you want everybody to be high because you high.
Now, right at the end, that sounded like the Ray King Twitter post from 2014.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt like the right stinger for the end of that one.
So Michael Irvin refutes allegations that he is doing junk, and he uses the premise that everyone knows cocaine does not last 5 hours.
I wouldn't have known that.
But then points out, if you've got some 5-hour cocaine, let me know. Yeah. He's the best because he's just himself all the time.
His Sunday conversation with Caleb Presley, the Michael Irvin Sunday conversation, is absolute recommended.
Doug, have you seen the Michael Irvin Sunday conversation with Caleb Presley?
Where is that?
YouTube. You type in Sunday conversation spelled like Sunday, like an ice cream sundae.
Oh, don't say Sunday.
But it's like 4 minutes, and it's fantastic.
And it's every Sunday?
Yeah, he does one every Sunday.
And is it preaching? Because he does a lot of spiritual kind of preachy stuff.
No, it's basically just giggling for 4 minutes. But it'll put a smile. I challenge anybody to not smile after watching it.
All right, and is there more audio? Because this segment is called Michael Irvin and Friends.
Yeah, there is, Martin. Michael Irvin was not willing to take pictures with Indiana fans after the game who were asking for pictures. Take a listen.
I'm hurting. I'm tired. And even when I was leaving the game, right, you know, people take pictures and want to take pictures. I got all of the Indiana fans. Michael, can we take a picture? Hell no, you ain't getting no pic with me to remind yourself of beating me. I kind of looked at that like the jersey swapping thing, you know, where the players now swap jerseys. And I always say, I will swap jerseys with you if I whoop your tail. But I'm not swapping jerseys with you if you whoop my tail. You're not going to be every time you walk in that room and look at my jersey and say, yeah, that's where I whoop Mike Irvin. That's where I whoop Mike Irvin. So I ain't taking no pics with no Indiana fans. Don't take it personally. I'm sorry. I just couldn't give you that memory. There's no way. You got the championship. Be happy with that. I know you're talking about, oh, he's a sore loser. Hell yeah, I'm a sore loser. Sorry, I'm that. But that's why I won so much.
Oh, God. That's why I won so much. I agree with on the jersey exchange. That always kind of bothers me.
Yeah.
Hey, we just lost a huge game. Hey, let's swap jerseys. Oh, yeah, we went to school together. That's cute.
I've noticed at the end of the game when the coaches shake hands, and now it's also the starting quarterback shake hands, they're surrounded by 50 photographers. Do you ever see those pictures anywhere?
Sometimes when it's
often?
Like if it's like
Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur?
Or they, for sure, or like Brady and Manning, like when they would shake hands, that's a pretty... There's famous pictures of that.
They act like this is the biggest moment of the day. Oh, my God, here it comes, a handshake, got it.
Like the whole game didn't matter.
Yeah.
Here we go. But to Doug's point, how many outlets are there left? You know, you can only have so many guys from Reuters that are taking pictures at an
AP.
NFL game.
Associated Press photos.
Then again, every former big leaguer, Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey Jr., they all become still photographers.
Yeah.
Yeah, who are those people, Doug, and why are they
chirping? Why are they clicking?
There are so many. I think each team has their own still photographer.
AP usually sends a couple.
I know, but to Doug's point, there's usually like 50 still photographers.
They can hardly get to each other to shake hands because everyone's taking still shots of this.
But back in the day, Doug, didn't they used to have them like right in the batter's box taking pictures of
going way back, like Babe Ruth era.
They're on the field.
your first year in Miami.
Right behind the plate, smoking a cigarette. There's a guy hitting a baseball 10 feet away.
There was a time when the players didn't even bring their gloves into the dugout between innings.
They just threw them down.
They
leave
just
them there?
threw the glove on the ground.
Like in Little League? That's pretty cool.
No one does it in Little League now, do they?
Well, if you were like playing like backyard baseball and you only had like 3 gloves or something.
Maybe then.
Guys, regarding cocaine, Mike is correct. Cocaine does not last 5 hours. You need to have a key, a glass vial, or access to a bathroom to make it last 5 hours. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Hell yeah!
Okay, I did not know that. Or anything else about that culture.
And then you wanted to hear what Nevin Shapiro had to say.
Yeah. If we can get some scary music.
Those new to the program, because onboarding, we've learned that the audience cycles on.
I do.
They cycle off. Nevin Shapiro, huge Miami, Florida booster, loves the Hurricane.
And Frank Haith.
Loved Frank Haith. Almost got him jammed up before he could take that Mizzou job. Went to prison for a little while. We don't prison shame. And now he's back to being a huge Miami fan.
At the podcast.
I think he's done a great job navigating us to where he's gotten us to. And in all honesty, we were, I thought, a horrible play call or bad pass away from being the national champion. So you can't get any better than that. So he had us literally knocking. We weren't even at the doorstep. We were in the door. We were winning that game. We were. Like, let's be real. The momentum, just under a minute left, 50 seconds, 42-yard line, 43-yard line. You like where we were. So is it possible to win one? I think we can honestly say yes.
The music sounds like what you'd hear in the background of a documentary about alien invaders. Are they here? Are they in the house?
Yeah.
What was that?
That was Nevin Shapiro saying he believes Miami can win a national championship. And then with the score of Friday the 13th, was that part 4?
I don't know what part, Tim.
And they showed Jason Voorhees drowning at the very beginning. Spoiler alert.
Okay.
Yeah. But then he came back and had that hockey mask. Ever do any movie boys on Friday the 13th, Jack?
Did a horror movie one.
Yeah,
Friday the 13th of like all those slashers is probably my least favorite.
Why?
I think of Halloween. That's my favorite. Mike Myers.
Oh, with Stacey Nelkin.
Yeah, was that Dream Warriors? That was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Season of the Witch.
Nightmare on Elm Street was part 3, Dream Warriors, and that was with Dokken? Am I right, Dokken?
I like Nightmare on Elm Street a lot. I like Freddy Krueger. I find him to be kind of funny. And then Friday the 13th just never did it for me. So
a girl I went to high school with was one of the victims in the first Friday the 13th.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably a fun gig.
Well, probably so.
Yeah. They usually were topless before they would get murdered.
Oh, I don't think she was.
They would usually they'll be topless. Big 80s.
Topless.
Teenage slashers.
You guys have a lisp?
Tim, my dad and I did cocaine in Miami once. I went down there for WrestleMania. He went for the beautiful women in fire white. He was never more ashamed of me that I went to fake wrestling matches. In Miami, when there's other things to do for non-incel losers, I miss my old man. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Doug, you ever have a chance to do cocaine with your father at a wrestling event?
You know what? That's one thing we missed.
Is that a regret?
No. I know absolutely nothing about the drug culture. Nothing. I was never at any point in my life stupid enough to get involved in that.
I am kind of surprised in your era, though, because it was a big pot era.
I never even saw cocaine through 4 years of college in the 70s in a fraternity house with 90 other guys, many of them naked in the shower. I never saw anybody do cocaine. And at a party, I never did. I'm sure it was going on somewhere. I never even saw it.
Tim, I've come to tolerate you, but Jason got his hockey mask in Friday the 13th, Part 3. That's from Jesse Spano's Dealer. Doug, that was Elizabeth Berkley's character in Saved by the Bell?
Yeah.
Okay.
She did, Speed once, and that was a whole thing? Not Elizabeth Berkley, her character. Wasn't that like a big episode?
Elizabeth Berkley did appear on this program as well. We were told not to ask her about Showgirls. I believe the film did come up, and then the PR person Martin interrupted the interview and said, "Okay, we got to go now."
You can't talk about. Wasn't that movie out, or like that was like her last piece of work? They gotta be crazy for that.
Was it because she was so ashamed of it?
I think so.
Didn't go well.
Jimmy Walker, they said, yeah, just don't bring up the whole dynamite thing. That's like his biggest thing.
Oh, so you were told that?
Yeah. Jimmy Walker, God, was it not on 590? Maybe it was 550, but Jimmy Walker coming in studio and his handler or whatever said he doesn't really want to talk about Good Times, which was the show that made him famous. And remember, he would say, Dynamite. They said, if you can, he doesn't really want to get into Good Times or Dynamite. Okay, yeah, what else you got? What's he been working on? And David Letterman was a writer on the early days of Good Times.
Is that right? I did not know that.
And so he always had a friendship with Jimmy Walker. So once a year on the Letterman show, he would have Jimmy Walker on. Everybody's like, why is Jimmy Walker? He hadn't done anything in 40 years. But Letterman would always put him on. And maybe he could ask about Dynamite.
Yeah, other than that, it was embargoed to the rest of us. I was working out one time next to 590 in Kirkwood. It used to be a gym. It became
Gold's Gym.
Gold's. It was 24-hour fitness initially. And that's where I would get this body as tight and rewarding as it still is to this very day, sir. Okay. And I was lifting one time, and right behind me was Jimmy Walker bench pressing. And I still don't know what the hell was going on. I felt like I was on the same mushrooms that Joey's going to be on in 10 minutes when he's with us. I have no idea what that was about, but it was absolutely Jimmy Walker.
He does look, even as he got old, he was pretty distinct looking.
Yeah, Jimmy Walker.
In town for some show, no doubt.
Or maybe just a fan.
He came to see you. Oh, for heaven's sakes.
You're the one who said it. Doug, you can take a line of yayo off my butt anytime if you want. That's from Katie Woo's burner.
I'm not that interested. In fact, I'm not interested at all.
Jackson, it was caffeine pills. That's from the Golden Hoosier shoe.
Got it. Saved by the Bell.
How did Doug ride on yachts with A-list stars during his time in Miami and never see cocaine? It seems very unlikely to me. That's from Major Stronzo.
It was only once I was on that yacht. And people were fishing. Not everybody is constantly snorting cocaine up their nose. You can do fun things without doing that. It is possible.
It is hard to believe Doug goes to Mizzou, he's in a fraternity, then he works in Miami, and somehow he avoids the white.
Yeah, I was never a part of my life at all.
I'm not saying you would seek it.
Why would you want it to be?
I'm not saying you would seek it. I'm just surprised it wasn't around.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't. I never went looking for it. It's probably true. That's why I didn't see it.
Well, if you want to call in and sell Doug on cocaine, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. But Joey Vitale is going to sell us on the St. Louis Blues' chances tonight against the Dallas Stars. Coming up at 8:15, the Colonel is going to be with us at 9 o'clock. And then Ricky Proehl, 26 years later. Doug, a magical day in St. Louis, Missouri.
Was. One of the great plays in the history of sports in this town.
I would agree with you.
Probably on the Mount Rushmore.
I would agree with you. I feel like it actually kind of gets overlooked relative to its greatness and importance.
Yeah.
Because that team, that season, after everything that had happened, to not get to the Super Bowl would have been devastating.
Ricky Proehl catch, David Freese home run, Pat Maroon goal, Marcelo Ozuna falling face first in the warning track.
I think Jackson just did the Mount Rushmore.
I think that's the Mount Rushmore.
How about Enos Slaughter's mad dash around the bases to win the 46 World Series?
That'll resonate with a large percentage.
What about Calvin asking about a fire in the dugout?
Yeah, to Corey Patterson.
Yeah, brush fire.
Was there a fire?
Golden Tate threw up the deuces at like the 40-yard line at the Rams secondary before scoring on Monday Night Football.
I don't think
Reggie Bush fell on the sideline, smashed into the wall.
City.
Events that actually took place in St. Louis. I think the Freeze, it's tough because Freeze himself, and I share the opinion, the triple was bigger, but I think the home run's probably more well remembered, so that's fine. We'll just agree that one of those things. The Proehl catch, Patty Maroon goal. Well, I feel like we're missing one.
I mean, Edmonds' homer forced a Game 7, but at the time, again, great season that was about to end.
Is it just in our lifetime as sports fans, or do we go back far?
Jackson, what are your terms? Because you crapped all over Doug's Enos Slaughter.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
If I'm not mistaken,
on a home run by the Wizard.
Yeah, I think that might be it.
We won an NBA title in '58, and I think Pettit had 50 the night they won it.
Yeah, but I think if we're talking like pure moments, I think Ozzy's Go Crazy Folks would have to be on there too.
Yeah, that would have to be.
Manute Bowl eligible brings up my infield hit that won the game in Fantasy Camp 2019, but that was in Jupiter.
Didn't you beat it out because some dentist had a frozen shoulder or something? Couldn't get the ball over?
68-year-old dentist couldn't turn the double play. I beat it out. Place went crazy.
Some fielder walk off FC.
Suck it, DDS.
You're leaving out Ozuna's wall leap and dive forward, Jackson. That's from Steven.
I literally said that.
Mention that. I poo-pooed
That
it.
was the joke. That was the whole bit.
It was a sketch.
Yeah.
That would be on the Hall of Fame or on the Mount Rushmore of worst plays ever.
Razzies.
What are some of the
Still
other?
the funny that someone made a video game for MLB The Show cover of Ozuna falling on his face.
Yeah, he's in this room.
You made it?
Yeah.
You're the someone? Well,
Yeah.
you used to go by different names, dude. I can't always keep it straight.
You used to go by different names, dude.
Blueberry Pop Pop. There's another one. I can't remember the other one. But hey, credit to you because that worked. That was outstanding.
Thank you.
You're the someone.
Texters are saying we're forgetting McGuire's 70th home run and the Doug Wickenheiser goal on Monday Night Miracle.
Yeah.
All those could be in there, in the conversation at least.
Maybe the best moment will be on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, when the Billikens host George Washington. For tickets, go to slewbillikens.com. For the record, Jugs in D.C. went to George Washington, not George Mason. He feels like he's going to get evicted if his landlord thinks he went to George Mason. So apparently there's some kind of academic argument there between those two schools. The Billikens ranked in the top 25 in the AP and ideally will be even higher in the AP poll when they play George Washington. If you have not seen this team in person this year, you are missing out. Take a look with the family. Take a look with friends on Tuesday. Tickets available at slewbillikens.com. It's the second time in program history a Billiken team has won 17 of its first 18 games. The 1993-1994 team started 19-1. The Billikens lead the nation in scoring margin at plus 25.2. SLU is ninth in the nation in scoring. You are going to see a fun team play basketball on Tuesday. Tickets available at slewbillikens.com. Joey Vitale going to join us coming up in the next segment, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. You can watch the show on YouTube. Type in TMASTL, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you can also, of course, listen on 101 ESPN or stream on the 101 ESPN or TMASTL apps. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It is called The Morning After and is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Good place to ride out the storm this weekend, Village Bar. How fun would that be? Watching the Mizzou game while the snow's coming down. Watch the Billiken game today, 4:30, early tip for SLU. And the game's always on at the Village Bar where you're meeting friends, taking your family, just grabbing a cold beer or a cheeseburger. Such an awesome spot, just a great vibe, awesome menu as well. On top of that, they have 1879 Distilling. And on Saturday, so yeah, noon to 5 before that storm really kicks in, stop by for some samples of 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, the Red Barn vodka, all the different flavors on display. Talk to the folks who make these great award-winning products. Tasting room, noon to 5 on Saturday. It's connected to the Village Bar. It's a really cool spot. Its own little speakeasy, gift shop as well, right next to the Village Bar. Noon to 5, stop by, sample the product, tell them you heard me talking about it and you want to see why they're winning these awards. You can taste the difference right there. 1879distilling.com is the website. Village Bar, always a great idea. And now add 1879 to it.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. Listen, I'm not a meteorologist, but that snow, it's a-coming. It's a-coming hard for you. One thing that better be working in your house is your garage door. If you're having any garage door issues, give my friend Jason and his company a call. Schaefer Door Company is their company. You can visit them at their website at schaeferdoorcompany.com, or better yet, give them a call. Shoot them a text, 636-782-3608. For any personal garages, small business garages, they will take care of you. A local St. Louis company, they will give you the personal touch you deserve in a timely manner. And when you reach out through their phone number with a call or a text, they will respond very quickly. It's time to get those garage doors fixed up for you, your bride, your kids. No one's got to be trudging through that snow. 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door Company is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues and Stars tonight. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. We got Joey Vitale to talk about just that on the other side of this Sports Center update. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett playing Florence and the Machine, and Joey Vitale with us live from Dallas, Texas, where the Blues will take on the Stars tonight here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m. Morning, Joey.
Tim, good morning, buddy.
Good to talk to you. It's just me and you talking. Martin and Doug, they're going to...
No, we're here.
What? Oh.
We're here.
Oh, okay. Well, Joey didn't say anything to you.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Oh, sorry, Doug, Marty. I didn't know if I figured Marty wasn't there today. My bad. But Doug, I should know better. Good morning, Doug.
Good
Marty.
morning. It feels just like what happens when you don't invite us to that Christmas party.
Oh, stop it. Stop it already.
Okay.
Well, it seems like when you had the party, the Blues were a better team, and now you got rid of the party, and things haven't turned around.
I wonder if there's a correlation.
There has to be. Shame on me for prioritizing my family for once, and this is what happens to the Blues. Doggone it.
Yeah,
selfish.
Might want to talk
Your
about that.
Your family needs to take a back seat, but we got a hockey team we need to turn around.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Right.
Joey, go ahead, Martin.
No, I was going to ask, I was going to dig in on some logistics here. Tomorrow night's supposed to be the Storm. Did you ever play when they canceled a game? It feels like the NHL just kind of play. I know the players laugh about it and they can all get to the game, but
especially those Canadian boys.
They think it's hilarious when we shut her down with a couple inches of snow. But this does sound like it's going to be a decent snow. But did you ever have a game canceled, NHL?
You know, one game got postponed. Wasn't actually weather related. It was a wild couple days in Boston. It was the Monday, the marathon bombing. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was extremely sad. Obviously, we went to Boston, I believe, on a Wednesday. So the bombing happened on the Monday, which we all remember because Marathon Monday. And of course, when I went to Northeastern, we just took off class. No one went to class that day. The bars, lines down the street. It's a big day in Boston. So obviously that happens, and so we're flying in with the Penguins to play the Bruins. I believe it was on a Wednesday. And a couple of days had passed, and they're still searching for these two dudes, right? That did this, and typical Boston, they just pretty much shut down the whole city. So we're at the hotel at Beacon Hill, way in the park there, and we get news that our game, which I believe was supposed to be on a Thursday, was going to be postponed because. If you remember, Boston completely shut down the city. Like, I looked out my window, which was really eerie because it was obviously a springish day because the marathon's in the spring. So it was kind of a nice day in Boston. You'd think if the sun's out, people would be, ripping around and traffic and everything. And it was just a ghost town. It was like a scene from that I Am Legend with Will Smith. It was just like, imagine seeing New York City with no one out. And that's what it looked like. It was very eerie. And so we ended up postponing the game. And then they found the two guys. I think one guy took his life, and then the other guy they found like on a boat on a town outside of Boston there. So we end up rescheduling the game for the very next day. It worked out for both teams, Marty. So we did it the next day. You know, I played in some conference final games, some very impactful games for the Penguins organization. That game, that was the loudest I've ever heard any building in my entire. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps just like thinking about the national anthem in Boston right after they got these guys. The whole city freaking rallied. The whole world really rallied behind Boston in that moment. Guys, we got our butt kicked. Oh my God, I think we lost like 7-2 or something. We got our butt kicked in the moment the puck dropped. There was like 3 fights. I mean, we didn't stand a prayer. We knew that the puck drop. We knew we were going to get smoked in that game. As the Bruins, the Boston Bruin bullies with the Lucic and the Hortons and the Thorntons and all like the Charas and McQuaid, they just literally ran our show that game. And that was one I probably didn't mind losing because of the circumstances. But no, to answer your question, Mark, that was the only time I've ever had a game postponed. Wasn't weather related, but certainly for a rightful reason.
When you look out your window and see nothing happening in a big city, makes you think you're in downtown St. Louis, probably.
Oh no!
Sorry,
Martin.
Not to say that we're going to cancel the game yet.
Speak for yourself. When I look out my window in Kirkwood, I got the balloon guy at the corner. He's making balloons for kids. There's the green.
There's a balloon guy at your corner. The hell are you doing?
There's a goofy guy. He comes to the farmer's market sometimes. Well, he used to be in the farmer's market.
Goofy guy at the farmer's market. Text inbox name.
Might want to alert the authorities.
Yeah, maybe it's better if nothing's going on.
Yeah, maybe.
Joey, you sound defeated, Joey. We got a game tonight, pal. Let's do this. Let's cap the road trip with a dub.
Feeling good, boys. We're feeling good about this one. You know, it's a weird road trip. The Blues have played every team on this road trip the second game of a back-to-back. Which, I mean, that for 3 games, that cannot happen very often, you know, because you start things off there, you know, in Edmonton, and then you kind of build from there. And so it is kind of wild. Winnipeg, same thing. They played the night before. You've gotten the backup for Edmonton. You got the backup for Winnipeg. It looks like tonight they're going to get Jake Ottinger, but an opportunity, like I said, to get the wheels going in a good motion. We spent a couple days here in Dallas. We went right from Winnipeg to Dallas, even though there were 2 days in between. Hopefully the guys had a time where they can kind of like get together away from the rink there a little bit, distract themselves. And hopefully, like I said, a big challenge tonight for a Dallas team that just got their butts kicked last night in Columbus, lost 1-0. So, you know, they're going to be fired up and hungry for a win here tonight. So, but it looks like Jordan Binnington will probably be in the cage here. He's played very well in Dallas. And so it should be a good goaltender matchup between Ottinger and Jordan Binnington. Is it something we see in Milan here next month between these two at some point, possibly? So still some really cool storylines to be following.
What do they do on their off days in Dallas? I'm sure they have a practice every day, but beyond that, how do they kill the time?
You know, I think for the most part, yesterday we had a practice. There was a practice in the afternoon. It's a lot of sitting around and just waiting, honestly, Doug. I mean, some guys, when I was playing, a lot of guys were into crossword puzzles. Guys do crossword puzzles. It would take them all day. Everyone would cheat. Nowadays, you can cheat because you find every answer. A lot of crossword puzzles. Guys go for walks. Big thing is just dinner. You know, you kind of wake up and you kind of get into the day, go to practice, come back, maybe take a nap. And then ultimately you find a spot. Usually there's one guy on the team that kind of organizes the food or the restaurants and has the good spots, and they kind of disperse amongst themselves. So, yeah, I would say a lot of downtime. So it has been a fair share amount of downtime here in Dallas over the last couple.
Years ago, I was covering a playoff series and walking down the street in San Jose, and I saw about 5 Blues players on those electric scooters going about 30 miles an hour through city traffic. And as someone old enough to be their fathers, I was thinking, you guys better slow down. One of you falls off there, you're really going to get hurt. Are they allowed to do that kind of thing? Is it pretty much anything goes?
Yeah, I think they're allowed to do that. I mean, I think they can ride bikes and all that kind of fun stuff. I mean, you obviously don't want to get hurt. Remember what happened with Eric Johnson there with the golf cart, and sometimes freak accidents happen. But I know that there's some things in their contract, like cliff diving. You ever been cliff diving, Doug?
No, not yet. It's on my bucket list, of course, as soon as I get to Acapulco.
Yeah. like the cliff diving they can't do. I don't think they can ski during the season either. Like if, the Olympic break, guys coming up, they're going to go, a lot of people go to the beaches. Well, they want to get sun, and I get all that. They want to relax. But I don't know if technically you can go skiing on a lot of these contracts as well, especially these big contracts, because, obviously owners don't mind if you get hurt playing the game, but if you do something reckless away from it, you got to be a little more careful. The scooters, I think they're okay. Yeah, I think you're okay with the scooter.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you got to live a little bit.
I just worried about it at the time. I thought, boy, if they fall off of there.
Don't be a worry bug, Doug.
Okay. Well, this is the kind of things we talk about when you're sitting in dead last place in the Central Division. Do you see any spark, any hope of kind of getting things turned around?
I will say, like, this group is it's a group that's just like they're sticking together. I mean, I look at the results and I see this team, day in and day out, and like yesterday at practice. And I've been on groups where, as a player, where you're so defeated at times, in similar spots to where they're at right now, and you carry that energy into the game. You carry the energy into practice. You carry the energy on the bus and morning skates. And truthfully, I'm just not seeing that, and it's not a bad thing. I don't think. I think it's a very positive thing that this group is sticking together through this, and they're in the fight together. And it's not one of those things where guys are hooting and hollering and laughing because that's certainly not funny where they're at. It's not bad. It's we understand the situation, but we also have to detach ourselves from the outcome at this point and just kind of keep focusing on staying together, and being a part of the process. So that's what I see. And I forget where I read once. Was it? I think it was Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson. He was a football coach, wasn't he, Marty?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Okay, Doug, you were. Yeah, I told a story once, or I read it somewhere in a book. It was the art of the detachment, or something like that. But Jimmy Johnson, he took a 2x4, and in the locker room before the Super Bowl. Apparently, this is the way the story goes. Jackson, you may want to fact check me on this.
I'm on it.
But he took a 2x4 and he ran it across the room. He said, "All right, boys, all eyes on me." I don't know if he said that like that, but he's like, "Hey, pay attention." And he said, "I want you guys to walk across this 2x4." Of course, the offensive line does it, and defensive back. Everyone goes across that 2x4, and not a problem. No one falls off. And he said, "Now, what if I told you that I'm going to suspend this 2x4 on like a 10-story building?" And everyone's like, ooh, you can imagine the reaction there, Doug. You know what I mean? If you Doug, you wouldn't do that, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No. No.
You're not really even on scooters.
I have lousy balance, too, so that'd be out.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No.
So he goes, well, what do you think? And then the guys are scratching their head, and there's a lot of hesitation. And the point of the exercise is that, it's the same 2x4. You're the same person. Nothing physically has changed. There's no wind resistance. It's just you're suspended above a building. And the point of the exercise, trying to think of your question, trying to bring this home.
Sure.
It was the art of detachment, right? Because when you're above on the buildings and you're walking across the 2x4, this is true in all sports. You lose the focus on the 2x4, and you actually become overly attached to the outcome. And the outcome, of course, could be death. So you get terrified, and then you operate out of a place of fear. And no one operates out of a place of fear well. So that's it in a nutshell. Where look at the best athletes in the world. I think it was a golfer once said, was it Jack Palmer or Arnold?
Jack Palmer, correct.
Jack Palmer. I don't watch a lot of golf. He said something like, "You can't be afraid to lose." And people were like, "Whoa, what? Like, you're one of the greatest golfers in the world." He's like, I think he said, "You got to be okay with losing." And people were kind of like freaked out, like, that's not the killer mindset. But it's actually the best mindset, because what he's saying is that you have to be okay with every outcome. You have to be okay with any outcome. And if you're okay with any outcome, that's like walking across a 2x4 on a floor, because you're just focused on what's right in front of you. Players and golfers and hockey teams, they get hyper-focused on the outcome, right? Then they get overly anxious on that attachment of what's going to happen. And so much of that is out of your control, right? So for Nicholson and for Jimmy Johnson, what they're trying to, and these are the best in the world, these are the best minds in the world, what they're trying to get people and athletes understand is that you can't perform with the outcome in mind. So I think your question, Doug, was, how is this team doing? Well, if they became outcome-based, and they were focused on their outcome, it would be a very depressing state at times. And I think it'd be very unfortunate. But I look at this group as a great group of leaders, with Braden Shen leading the way, and Jim Montgomery's been great. Times are tough, right? Injuries have been injuries. Goaltending was suspect in October. It's been a lot better. Special teams has been an issue. You lose Steve Ott because now he gets a promotion to go coach, which is something he's always wanted to do, but you lose a presence there. It's been a lot of adversity, but at the end of the day, I think this group is really focused on just that day in, day out, and they're bringing the attitude that really backs it up.
Joey Vitale with us from Texas. Doug, keep an eye out for a gentleman in Kirkwood making balloons.
Okay, I'll look for him.
He's a nice fella. He does work for tips, though. People out there probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he kind of gives you the he'll make a balloon for your kid, like a little flamingo. Yeah. And you're like, oh wow, that's great, thanks, man. He'll kind of give you the old, well, you can't see me on the phone, but he's kind of like rubbing his fingers together, like, hey, what do you got?
Oh, he's sending like a Johnny Manziel, the Johnny Manziel gesture.
He's a hustler. This whole man, he's a nice guy. He's good at his job. He makes these balloons, like little dogs and flamingos and gerbils. Anyway, he's right by the gerbils, bunnies.
He doesn't make gerbils.
Oh, now we're gonna attack the balloon guy.
Well, I don't think gerbils is in his repertoire.
He might. You never know. He's a nice guy.
As long as you give him a little something, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give him a 20, and next thing you know, you got a gerbil balloon.
Okay.
See?
I mean,
double
Doug, next Saturday, if it's not snowing. Well, I don't think they're open now, but in the spring and summer, Tim, you know all about this. You're like the mayor of Kirkwood.
I am.
You go to Kirkwood Market on Saturday, you get one of those waffles. They have a waffle truck there, and then you get a balloon and make a little Saturday of it.
Look at that, Doug.
Okay, yeah. I'll put that on my schedule. Never.
Oh, wow.
I meant to say I'll put that on my schedule.
You don't like waffles? You don't like balloons?
Well, I don't want to pay for a flamingo balloon. No.
Jeez.
$20
Joey,
for
I think it's a wonderful idea, and I think it's something the families all should do this weekend in the snow.
Yeah, just trying to brighten your spirit, Doug.
Yeah,
okay. Thank you. I need a little pick-me-up.
Joey, always good to talk it over with you. Enjoy the festivities tonight between the Blues and Stars here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop, 7 p.m. Pregame, 6 p.m. Thank you, Joey.
Sounds good, boys. Have a great weekend.
All right, then.
That is Joey Vitale with us here talking about balloon gerbils.
I just don't think he makes one. You wouldn't recognize it if he did it.
Sure
I mean,
would.
a flamingo, you could say, oh, wow, he's got 1 foot up, and that's a flamingo. A gerbil, what would be the outstanding characteristic?
The accessories that are the tube and the lighter.
Oh.
Bam! Gerbil.
Ah. Text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox. Then, of course, you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug has always said, Fridays are for phone calls. Fridays are for phone calls. And in the 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, Sharon and Clayton sent in a text of what I thought was a $4 million home in Sanibel, and then I was quickly told that was just the cost of the land on which she built the home. So now I'm starting to think it might be $8-10 million. I don't know. Man, our audience is well heeled.
Probably, yeah.
On a day's work, Dougie.
And she said that was her house, huh?
Yep, that's where she is right now listing.
Man, that is nice.
God, I thought Joey sounded a little down. He seems a little deflated.
Well, he's been in Edmonton and Winnipeg, and he's watching a hockey team that's kind of, having some issues.
It's got to be a grind, all the travel and the long days covering a team like that when they're going nowhere. That's
Doug, they're only a point behind the Jets.
Give up.
They're only 3 points out of 6th place.
Okay.
Sure, whatever.
Only
Charlie
6
Marlowe
points.
AI doesn't see it that way.
Only 6 points out of 5th place.
How about the wild card? How many down there?
The Vaughn index. That's your thing.
The Vaughn index is still right at a 46.
How many points do they have?
Yeah, there's 7 points out of the wild card.
Do you guys have any decent questions?
No.
Is that Holiday?
Brown, it does sound like that. Who was that, Pappas?
I think it's Holiday.
Is that the bat? Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this program. Title sponsor going back to 2022, 2023. It's Brown and Crouppen. And Brody Herman came in and just dropped knowledge on Tuesday. Plus, he was in the YouTube chat during the podcast Jackson and I did yesterday as well. And then, of course, you got Ed Herman. You got Terry Crouppen and Andy Crouppen, and they're in studio on Tuesdays because they are here in St. Louis. They are local. And don't you want a local law firm if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts. Brown and Crouppen is a part of the St. Louis community. They value the St. Louis community. They know that after an accident, money's tight. And that's why they offer so much for free. Brown and Crouppen, it won't cost to do anything until you get paid. So when you're a client, all questions are answered for free. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. That's getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Coming up on our Stiefel dossier, the Colonel, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, Ricky Proehl at 10 o'clock, and, of course, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Only 6 emails of the day left in the month of January. Somebody is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system. Could the incel from the other end of the couch take the lead? Could Buck Swope take the lead? Could Carlos Spicy Wiener tie the two of them? Could Alan Dadeville do it? What about Biscuits with McGravy? Cougar Hunter Jake looking ahead to the weekend. 9:45 is when we read them. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. How nice would it be to have a brand new HVAC system, especially with these temperatures, Martin? Design Air, you're a client. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Tell us about Design Air, if you would.
You can count on Design Air year-round for all those heating and cooling needs. Great team. I love the emails, the texts that we get from the listeners who do what we've all done, and that is have Design Air out to our homes. Tell us about your experience. Doug likes to talk. I don't like to, label any of these guys. Doug says they're all hot, but it's just a great team.
Well, at least bold or daring.
Bold, daring.
It's the home of the handsome repairman.
Handsome repairman. But the bottom line is, there really is. We joke around about that, but it's a great team. And when they come into your home, you can tell they enjoy working for Design Air. Quality, professional work from start to finish, explaining everything. When the unit's brand new, there's a lot to learn, a lot of bells and whistles to walk you through that. But before it, tell you about the advances that have been made in the industry. Things like air quality, humidity in your home, things that you can now monitor. Design Air takes it from one step to the very end, and the whole process is real simple. Great people at Design Air. They've been sponsoring this show for a long time. So for all those heating and cooling needs, just remember, real simple, designairservice.com.
Sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way in an hour. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9 o'clock. We got the drops of the week next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Nice.
Hi.
Tobe. Rover.
Yeah, we rallied with a squirrel and we made it to a trend. Had our backs against the wall, so we made that wall our friend. That's tradition in my city and it's never gonna end. If you looking for some heart, let me show you where it's at. Right there underneath that jersey, 2 birds on the back. Greatest fans in baseball, we already on that stat. Every day's a holiday. Shouts out to Matt. That's October in St. Louis and you wouldn't understand. Unless you're from the city that made me to a man. 11 rings and counting, I'ma need another hand. But a dozen sounds better, so let's get this one for Stan. Rest in peace, Stan.
Oh, that's what gets me. Rest in peace, Stan. Come on. At least put the N on the name. Rest in peace, Stan.
It's a beautiful song. Well, they're not happy with this.
I wouldn't think they'd be happy with that.
It's the beef.
Your thoughts on the beat? 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Talking over with other TMA listeners. They're in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're talking it over, Doug. Looks like the TMA remote lamb's talking to the devil's crotch.
Okay.
Deep voice dude. And then Erin in St. Chuck. She says, yum, chicken, and dumpling sounds amazing.
We were talking.
What brought that up?
They had their own side conversation that involved chicken and dumplings.
You guys ever eat dumplings?
I was trying to keep a log of this show today. Best De Niro movie, air fryers, DeBaby, transistor radio, Luke Skywalker, 5 Hour Coke, Elizabeth Berkley, Doug Naked Men.
Yep.
And then I just stopped at Jack Palmer.
Jack Palmer.
Just to say that was that was the Mount Rushmore.
16-time major champion Jack Palmer. We've had a magical week on this program, and Doug, we're going to celebrate it right now with the drops of the week.
Oh, nice.
Morning after. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like it's hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
I cannot believe the disrespect coming our way.
Initials, please.
DC.
DC.
There's people giving birth on the street in East St. Louis.
As I go riding merrily along.
Like, what the
Davy Crockett.
Revenga.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Dan Cameroon. Dan Campanis.
You know what I did, Doug, and I'm glad you asked.
God, maybe I got to go with the smut.
Dan Campisi.
Just happened to notice the porta potties, and I was just thinking, like, man, what if I just crawled in there? And it turned out to be just a really bad idea, you know?
B. Dan Campbell.
Yes!
Okay, I got another one. Yeah, that was easy. Yeah.
Easy. I think that was a bang-up segment.
I'm an expert, you bitch.
Oh.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down.
Hard not to feel good about the work we're doing for the community.
It's kind of amazing that we just keep showing up and doing this.
And the doors aren't locked.
Martin, we got breaking news regarding the college football playoff from Ross Dellinger, just posted within the last couple of minutes. The CFP is preparing to announce later today that the postseason format in 2026 will remain at 12 teams, according to his sources, Yahoo Sports, where Ross Dellinger is a columnist. Barring something unforeseen, communication between the SEC and Big Ten this week did not end in a resolution over expanding to 16 or 24 teams. The two leagues holding authority over expansion decisions remain at an impasse over the next phase of expansion. The Big Ten prefers a larger field of 24 with multiple automatic qualifiers per conference. The SEC prefers a more incremental step to 16 with 11 at-large selections. Commissioners of the other leagues, as well as Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Bavacqua, All members of the CFP Management Committee have publicly supported the 16-team version, though many are open, including the SEC, to future discussions around a 20-plus team format. However, many committee members believe that the next evolution of the playoff should be an addition of 4 teams instead of doubling the field, a wholesale change that would necessitate the elimination of conference championship games and create other calendar changes. A compromise was discussed among the 4 A4 commissioners that would have expanded the field to 16 for a set number of years before officials agree to shift to a 24-team bracket, a long-term guarantee that the SEC was against making in such an unpredictable environment. Just because commissioners did not reach an agreement for a format change in 2026 does not mean that the expansion conversation for future years is over. In fact, negotiations are expected to continue. But the college football playoff will remain at 12 teams for 2026. There it is.
All right.
I didn't want him to go to 24. I think that's too much too soon. 16 would be nice, but I guess they're digging in on that, the SEC, not wanting the 24. Would you rather have 12 or 20? If 16's off the table, would you rather have 12 or 24 in this playoff?
I never really took the 24 seriously to think through what it would look like. For me, so much of it is I really want to see more games on campus. So there's that. I want to see the elimination of conference championship games. So there's that. And the less weekends with the Central Arkansas of the world, the better. So there's that. Now, that is all my in a vacuum wishes. I don't know how realistic it is to apply those things because there are dollars at stake. And so it's easy to sit here and pop off and talk about problems. But, Doug, here's the reality. I don't have the solutions.
No, there doesn't seem to be a perfect system yet that anyone's really recommended. There's just so many teams involved and so many conference commissioners involved without just having one centralized, management in charge of the whole sport that I'm not sure there's ever going to be anything that's going to please a lot of people.
There's also a memorandum of understanding for this upcoming year that if Notre Dame is in the top 12, they are in the college football playoff no matter what.
Why would that be fair?
All I know is that is the way that it is.
Okay.
Bruce Hornsby, 86?
I don't know the years,
And
Tim.
then Tupac sampled it for changes? Am I right on that?
I don't know.
And then Mike Shannon pulled a stool up on the stage and listened to Bruce Hornsby from up close, and Horns didn't know what was going on.
That's correct. All of those things I think are correct.
Who told that story? Was that Joe Bach? Who told the Shannon story? It wasn't us.
Must have been Joe Bach.
Must have been Joe. Okay. Oh.
Also this year begins the college football playoff's new revenue distribution structure, where schools no longer earn distribution based on CFP wins. Instead, each league is distributed a base payout, which is heavily skewed to the SEC and Big Ten. They get a combined 58% of the annual revenue, so the Big 12 and the ACC are sitting on Davenports.
Oh, gosh. In the cuck chairs.
They can do with it what they want, but it's a Davenport.
At some point, doesn't it seem like they're going to have to come up with some kind of formal structure of leadership at the top that has everybody's best interest involved?
But the best interests of the SEC and Big Ten are different than the best interests of the others.
I know.
I think it's a core issue.
But that's why the SEC and the Big Ten are always going to come out on top now. But there has to be some way to do it better than it's being done now.
So if you're the SEC and the Big Ten and you're getting 58% of the revenue, why would you agree to a system in which you get less?
Well, they probably won't. But
and that
I think
is the conundrum.
Then there's always going to be people upset. A huge part of the country is going to think it's unfair. There has to be a better system than what they're doing now.
Jackson, your reaction?
I mean, you're really in a rock and a hard place kind of situation here. But, yeah, the SEC, it's Petiti versus Sankey. Maybe they should just, leg wrestle, and that decides how we're going to do this.
Leg wrestle?
Who would do the leg wrestling?
Petiti versus Sankey.
Petiti feels a little younger.
Yeah, well, then put your money on him. We'll have 24 teams in there. Otherwise, we'll have 16. Yeah, I still don't get the Notre Dame thing, but I thought this year would maybe make them join a conference, but if they have this thing in there, then I don't think that will change it. Don't you think? Don't you think that kind of gets in the way of that?
I mean, so Notre Dame is kind of the individual version of the SEC and Big Ten. Why would Notre Dame join a conference when they're getting all of the television revenue for their individual deal?
Right, and then this referendum that you mentioned.
Memorandum of understanding.
Memorandum.
Yeah.
What did I say, referendum?
That's right.
Well, you know.
Jack Palmer, referendum.
Yeah, we're circling the target here.
But even the rankings, at least the AP rankings and the coaches poll ranking, they're so subjective. You're still not, there's no way. There's just so many teams involved. I just don't think there's any way to come up with a system that's going to please everybody.
Was that Notre Dame?
Possible.
That top 12, Tim, that's not on the AP poll or anything. Was that based on like the computer ranking? If they're saying
they are in the college football playoff committee's top 12, they are in. So even if they are number 12, they are in ahead of the team that would be 11th, which would most likely be an SEC, Big 12, Big 10, ACC team, and then the Tulane.
James Madison
gets the spot. So
but that 12 is based on still subjective, right? In the room.
It's in the committee, yes.
Which I think in a weird way.
And for the record, I'm sorry to cut you off,
ahead.
Jackson, but here's Notre Dame's schedule. They'll take on the Badgers in Green Bay to open up the season on September 6th. Then they'll be put to the test by Rice. Then they'll see Pat Fitzgerald, who got him in 1995 with St. Louis U High Steve Schnurr, but he's now coaching Sparty. Then they travel to see Barry Odom. How do you do? So September is going to put him to the test.
Well,
and they could probably Uber to West Lafayette from South Bend, but it's a road game.
Then you got a trip to North Carolina, and you got to like the way that Bill Belichick's got that.
No, they're struggling.
They got to go to BYU.
Could be a tough game.
Kalani.
Take on Navy in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Then they host the national championship runner-up Miami Hurricanes in South Bend, November 7th. Then they host Boston College, and the dates have not been determined for SMU, Stanford, which is listed as tentative. What that's about. And, of course, our guy Fran Brown in Syracuse.
They don't play USC next year?
That's correct.
So they really, you would think, have two tough tests.
That's right. So if they go 10-2,
they're in.
Right.
So why does everybody bend over backwards to take care of Notre Dame?
Jackson, I know you're involved.
Why do they bend over backwards? I guess because of the legacy of it all, the pedigree.
They probably equal eyeballs. I mean, they're
clearly
draw.
They're the only school that kind of has their own individual deal with the TV network. So I think that would prove that they're very.
Well, they are. They're marketable. It's a huge brand name, and that's not fair to some other team that might have a better season and gets left out because Notre Dame has this legacy. It's supposed to be who's the best team.
But what is their leverage? That's if you wanted to ice them out. If you're the Big Ten and the SEC and you wanted to say to Notre Dame, hey, too bad, not our problem. I wonder why. What gives them the leverage?
Yeah, I don't know. Join a conference if you don't like it. But now they must. Who wouldn't like it? Who wouldn't like thinking, well, if we just get in the top 12, we're in?
Mizzou fans in shambles. Tiger Board was praying for a 48-team playoff so they could claim a playoff win over Old Dominion. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time.
Yeah,
dumb.
I don't think they would have. Would they have gotten in this year if it was 2014?
No, sir.
Probably not.
No.
And they played in the Gator Bowl, right?
Yep.
So next year, probably Music City. You got to rotate. You can't go to Music City every year.
No.
You don't know that.
Okay.
Next year.
8-4 is an extension, though.
Yeah.
And hefty pay raise, too.
That's right. The Colonel's going to give us his thoughts. He's going to join us next. Missouri's actually had a big morning with some transfer portal news. Big morning. Dame Wilson, though, leaving the program. We knew that. But yesterday, the announcement, he is going to join that Miami Hurricane pass rush. Dame Wilson going from Columbia to Coral Gables. Colonel will give us the news on some transfer portal additions from this morning from some big-time programs. Got that, plus the Colonel's monitoring the weather closely and getting frustrated with people asking him if they're going to cancel the game, so we'll ask him if they're going to cancel the game tomorrow against Oklahoma to piss him off. That's coming up next in the 9 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the morning after, live from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
We already know you're headed to Schnucks to load up for the weekend. It's happening all over town. But did you know you can save additional money? They already did all the markdowns over the past year or so. So many items, thousands of items that were marked down. But in addition to that, you can save money by getting those weekly ads. New ads drop each week with super hot deals on some of your favorite items. You can view it a ton of different ways. Whether you're on the go, you can browse it in the Schnucks Rewards app, or the website, schnucks.com. You can pick up a paper copy at the entrance of the store. Plus, you get the following week's ad 1 week early. Just grab a copy at the store right there at the entrance. And so many more ways to save beyond the weekly ad. Join the Schnucks Rewards. You get those personalized savings. One-stop shop for sales. Bonus points, offers, coupons, all on items that you buy most. It's updated weekly with new deals just for you. Plus, they launched that really cool rewards boost so you can play your way to more savings. I've been telling you about that as well. That's the value you know and love, available at any neighborhood Schnucks store.
live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is a wonderful place. I live in Missouri.
The question is, Doug, will they be playing this at Mizzou Arena tomorrow afternoon, or will the game be canceled? Gabe has been answering that question every 3 minutes on the Power Mizzou message board, and he joins us right now to answer it again. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call 314-961-4800. And guess who joined James Carlton's legion of clients yesterday? A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett.
Yep, I'm officially a James Carlton client.
How about that?
Feels great.
Yeah.
Already off to a great start, saving money, and I got my guy.
Peace of mind with James Carlton. You can save money with him at 314-961-4800 or online at carltoninsurance.net. And he sponsors the Colonel here on TMA. Joining us in the Callier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN is Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
What do you think about getting asked every 3 minutes if the game's canceled tomorrow?
Well, my favorite part of it was I said yesterday, like, hey, they expect to play the game. Here's what the forecast says. And then I got a whole bunch of people telling me the forecast was wrong. I said, I'm not the weather guy, man. I'm just telling you what I read. I don't know, but I'm glad you know. I mean, cool. I don't know. So I invite all the meteorologists to call into the show. I'm disappointed that Doppler Dave is not on.
Yeah, where's Double D? Doppler Dave, Doug.
What are your models telling us, Gabe?
But my models are saying it's going to be cold as hell, and they're going to play the basketball game because it's not even supposed to start here till probably game time or later tomorrow. Oklahoma can get here fine. And all that money that all the people in the SEC like to talk about getting, well, a lot of that comes from the TV networks, and they like to have the games on that they have paid for. So as long as Oklahoma can get here, they will play it, and they will figure out how to get Oklahoma home later.
They're probably traveling today, I would assume, and they ought to be able to go wherever they want to go today.
Yeah, they ought to be fine. I mean, unless the plane can't fly in cold weather, and in that case, I would say get a new plane.
Yeah, I would too.
Plane at that point.
And if it's only 3 or 4 inches by that time, it shouldn't be that hard to get there, I would think.
No, it's not even supposed to snow here today, so they're fine.
All right,
Colonel, we've got some news this morning. A couple of things on the Missouri transfer portal front and on the college football playoff committee.
Really?
The Ross Dellinger just posting here at 8:45 that they are going to keep the CFP at 12 teams. The SEC and Big Ten not able to agree, so for 2026 it will remain 12 teams.
I actually like that. Fine, let's stick with something for a couple of years and see how it works. And I'm sure it'll go to 16 eventually, but I like it.
Okay.
I'm just not going to 20. I'm not sure about 12 or 16, but it's just not going to 24. I am in favor of.
Agreed. I mean, soon enough, it'll probably be 68, like the NCAA tournament. Mm-hmm. And then, Dennis Gates he's said since he got here, he wants everybody to be in the NCAA tournament. So I don't really know what the point of that would be, but whatever.
Well, everybody has a chance to play their way in. If they're with a decent regular season.
But we don't just want a chance to play your way in. We want everybody to be in.
Guarantee everybody gets a trophy.
Yeah, let's play 32 of the most meaningless games in history and then have a 364-team tournament.
Ooh, nice. Sounds fun. Colonel, what is the Big Ten's angle on the 24 versus the SEC only on 16? Do you know what
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know if the game is canceled tomorrow by chance?
What's your forecast?
What are your weather models saying?
Every idea the Big Ten comes up with is dumber than the last one, honestly.
ILL fans are about to be activated in the text inbox. They are not going to like that. But Missouri had some news this morning in the transfer portal, some big doings here. What do we got going on?
Yeah, Malik Bryant, defensive end from Miami, is coming in. He played a decent amount in 2024, had 17 tackles, 5 tackles for a loss. Didn't play a lot in 23 or 25. It's hard to figure out exactly how much he's played because Miami's website lists like 3 or 4 different things. So, but he has 2 years left to play here. He will come in and compete kind of on that, Damon Wilson, Darius Smith, edge rusher position in Missouri's defense. And I know that was the position that most Missouri fans were very skeptical that Missouri had done enough, so they add another body to that rotation.
It's kind of interesting because the portal closed and Mizzou's haul was a little lean, but now the kids who actually were playing, still playing, including the Mississippi receiver and now the Miami defensive guy. So there was still options available, even after the portal ended because of the guys still playing.
Well, I was texting with one of our national guys yesterday, and every time I think this is done, there's some new thing that adds 3 or 4 days to it. Somebody asked yesterday on our message board, what's the deadline for getting these kids into class? And I said, whenever Eli Drinkwitz says it is, so they'll add, I think most of the stuff will be done by the end of this weekend, but you can't rule out an extra guy or two rolling in at some point in the next couple months.
You got Caden Lee, the kid out of the wide receiver from Mississippi, so he's now committed, correct?
He has not committed yet, at least not officially, but we expect that to happen today.
And you said Drinkwitz can get him into class. Does anybody really go to class anymore? Is that still a thing? You never hear anybody being academically ineligible anymore.
Yeah, there was a kid that was supposed to visit from Baylor a couple weeks ago, and I was told Missouri canceled that visit for academic reasons, and then he committed to Virginia Tech and then opened it back up because he was not admitted to Virginia Tech. So I guess it is still possible. It seems, honestly, it's always been pretty difficult not to be academically eligible, but at least years ago, the ACT scores or SAT scores had a lot to do with it. Well, now most schools don't even require that you take that anymore. So, it's tough, but apparently it can still be done. Never say never. If you try hard enough, you can be academically ineligible.
Take a real classroom warrior to do that.
Yeah.
Jackie Papers, you want to ask the Colonel about this basketball team, or are you still despondent over what we saw on Wednesday?
No, not necessarily despondent. Just
Tuesday, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, just Gabe. It's been a lot of T.O. Barrett at point guard as opposed to Anthony Robinson. Do you think Dennis Gates is sending a message there that Anthony Robinson is going to need to step up his production scoring wise if he wants to stay on the floor?
Yeah, he said it the day before the Georgia game. He said if Ant Robinson isn't better, we don't have a chance. And so, the important minutes in the last 2 games, he really hasn't been on the floor. And there are other problems. That is the most noticeable one and the most obvious one. But obviously, this team has plenty of other issues as well,
including whether they'll play tomorrow. What's your doubter say?
Yeah. I would not necessarily object to the snow showing up a little early and just being able to sit and watch some other games rather than trudging up that hill and 5 inches of snow to watch Missouri, Oklahoma. But I think that would be my fate. Not that I have the hardest job in the world by any means, but, I would not hate staying home.
What about level of frustration the other night? Not only not able to win, but even late, to just kind of that attempt just to heave by Cruz. That was. Now, they're probably going to be a bubble team. It feels like right down to the wire, but that was one of those games you could have had.
Well, and you've really got 4 of them now. The Notre Dame game, the Ole Miss game, LSU, and Georgia all were games that were right there in the last 2 minutes that you didn't get. Now, Florida, Kentucky, and Auburn were also there. I added up the numbers after Tuesday night. They have played 6 SEC games, and their point differential is 0. They've scored the exact number of points they've allowed. Every SEC game has been within 4 points in the last minute and 46 seconds. That's just what this team and this league is not as good as it has been. I think Florida's pretty clearly the best team in the league, and everybody else, I don't everybody could finish 9-9 in this league. And so the way I view this team is it is just going to come down to they need to make plays in the last 2 minutes more often than they don't make plays in the last 2 minutes and find a way to get to 10 SEC wins, and then they'll probably be on the right side of the bubble. But I think it's, if you want to watch every game and have these expectations that, hey, this is a really good team, that we should be furious if they're not a top 5 seed in the tournament. I mean, I guess you can, but you're kind of fooling yourself. We're 19 games into this thing now. I kind of think we have an idea what Missouri is, and it's going to be a dogfight most nights.
Gabe DeArmond, you can read more at PowerMizzou.com. He's with us on Mondays and Fridays. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And the Colonel will be there tomorrow if indeed Missouri takes on Oklahoma at Mizzou Arena. Colonel, always appreciate the time. Thank you for the Doppler Dave shout out. And we will talk with you on Monday.
Yeah, if you get Double D on the line, give him my number. Have him give me a call.
There you go. Double D, Doppler Dave.
Murray's is calling.
Yes.
Got to stay up on it.
That Murray's dim lighting. Thank you, Colonel. Jackson, you like that Murray's?
Love Murray's.
Yeah.
It's my parents' favorite spot in Columbia, and it is truly, I think, the dimmest lit restaurant I've ever been in.
How about that? Yeah.
It is like you have to kind of throw the flashlight on to read the menu.
Is it a trip and fall hazard?
No, I wouldn't go that far, but it's just very dark. But it's really nice. Nice little jazz. They got some live jazz that they play. Good chicken wings.
Lighting is a big, big deal. It really is. You go to an event, if it's like really bright lights, it takes away from the intimacy. I'm a big lighting. I like logistics. I like lighting. And I think we have a meteorologist out of Nevada. Tim, didn't he get you like a restaurant?
Yeah, he got me the reservations at CC's in Columbia.
Yeah.
Was that before the Missouri-Kansas game, Doug?
I don't know. I think so.
But I feel like that's who should call in today with their national weather models.
Well, how about this? We got an email. Remember we were talking about Kent Flake yesterday?
Yes.
The direct commissioner of the streets.
Yes, commissioner of the streets.
Kent Flake's a listener.
Is that right?
He sent an email to Tommy Mattern. Tommy forwarded it to me and Jackson.
Yeah.
And he said he heard we were looking for him this morning. I'm not difficult to reach and would have been happy to call in. A few friends were listed and let me know that the segment was shortly after air. By the time I tuned in, you guys had moved on. To clarify, my last name is indeed Flake. So we can get. This is the commissioner of the streets of the city of St. Louis, Doug. Mm-hmm. So he wants to call in.
Okay,
we got Ricky Proehl, we got Gabe DeArmond, we got Joey Vitale.
Okay.
And we might have a meteorologist in Nevada. Now, Dale in Grubville says he's a meteorologist.
Everybody is.
Is that a bit?
Doppler Dave.
I don't know. It takes a lot of schooling to be a licensed meteorologist.
I'm a meteorologist.
We went to journalism school.
Yeah, it took like no schooling.
Now, to clarify, Dale in Grubville said, I'm a meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill. The game will happen, and Eduardo Nahara will be in attendance.
Oh, Doug, he got him in 1999. Really? Was that February of 99 or January?
I don't know the months, Tim.
Eduardo Nahara. Yeah.
He was a good player, though.
Burns Center. Good news, the latest bracketology has just been released.
Oh, we don't need it.
And not good news for two of the local clubs. Not good news for two of the local clubs.
We could probably guess the two.
Missouri is now down to the next four out with Quayton, Bewa, and TC Wu. So
TC Wu.
So
Bewa, Quayton, and TC Wu.
The first four out, some friends, the Billikens, Stanford and Santa Clara, Texas and Indiana. Okay. Now, you sit there and say, well, that's bad news for Missouri. Where else could there be bad news? The Billikens won this week. Illinois won this week. Well. Joe Lunardi did not like what he saw in Pittsburgh against Duquesne, and he has moved the Billikens down to an 8 seed against War Damn Eagle and Stephen Proehl playing in Buffalo, and the winner will get the Michigan Wolverines.
Oh, that's no good. Because the last time he came out with us, they were playing in St. Louis, weren't they?
Yeah. So they're still in, but not a favorable.
They have been dropped after the final few minutes.
But it's all made up anyway.
In Pittsburgh. But to show his consistency, Dilladoy, after covering, they still are a 3 seed, and they will take on UMC Wilmington.
Okay, we don't know that.
And that's going to be in Philadelphia. So if Illini fans want to get a trip to Philadelphia in March, you can go ahead and book that. And as Joe Buck showed us, there's plenty of room in the main terminal. There's also a school named Queens, and they're going to take on Houston. They're a 15 seed.
Queens College, yeah. Jerry Seinfeld will wear a Queens College sweatshirt in Seinfeld.
Well, they're going to the tournament this year.
Are they D1?
Well, they're going to the tournament this year.
Yeah,
Basketball,
They have to be.
Yes, but it's in Jamaica.
But this is all made up. Let's not spend too much time
It's in Flushing.
on Queens. Shouldn't it be in Queens?
It is in Queens. Flushing, Queens.
Flushing is in Queens?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How about the programs coming to St. Louis, Kentucky, and Purdue? And they could meet in the second round of the tournament here in St. Louis, and then Louisville, and they're going to go up against UCLA. Wow, McKernan will probably come in studio.
Oh, he'll be so angry.
I hope he's in town, just so Jackson can go to his press conference. He'll complain about he likes to complain about logistics, travel, practice time.
Yep. So that's what we got coming to St. Louis, Doug. Now the Billikens have been shipped out to Buffalo.
I don't like that.
I think it's actually Queens University of Charlotte is.
Oh wow,
Queen City.
I believe that is the Queen City.
Cincinnati and Charlotte.
Yeah, I've
Queen
always been
City.
confused.
Yes, they're D1. Queens College is D2. So Queens University of Charlotte, they're in. Good for them.
Okay. I think if the Billikens were to play at the Enterprise Center, they might sell that place out.
I would think.
Because a lot of these games are very poorly attended in person.
Yeah.
The early rounds, anyway.
Will Jackson be attending whatever the first-round NIT road game at a Missouri Valley school that Mizzou gets to play in this year? That's from Carlos Spicy-Wiener.
Probably not. But that's bait, and I won't take it.
Take it.
Nope. Not on Friday.
Any other day of the week, you'd taking it?
Yeah, I'm on Tuesday or something. Tuesday or Wednesday when I'm really staring down the barrel.
Doug Cronky's Cuck Stash writes, he is a bald piece of crap.
Who is?
Guess it's me. The only bald gentleman on this program. Jackson's too sensitive to his hairline.
We're fighting back, though. We're fighting back.
Oh, you're fighting back?
He's talking about Mick He said, Tim, you're beautiful. I hate Mick Cronin. So Cronky's Cuckstash says, I hate Mick Cronin, bald piece of crap. And then to follow up, Tim, you're beautiful.
Yeah. Well, we're in lockstep.
Of course.
Is that James Blunt? James Blunt?
I don't know.
Jackson's doing it right now.
Yeah. It's true.
Nice. That was really good.
Did he do any other stuff?
I don't know. He has a very distinct...
whiny.
Yeah, kind of.
Whiny.
Yeah. And like weirdly deep.
Hey, you boys are both heading to Healthcare Evolution today, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that the fight back you're talking about?
Yeah, it's part of the fight back.
Was fight back with David Horowitz? Am I right on that? David Horowitz?
TV show, consumer activist, kind of?
He got a gun pointed at his head during the
live on television,
show.
right?
Uh-huh.
And Jackson, that's what you're doing today?
Essentially, yeah. I'm David Horowitz.
A gun to your head?
I wish I had his hair. Boy, that's a nice coif.
Jackson and Doug are both headed to Healthcare Evolution, the 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA, for two different things. Doug, you've got a shoulder situation,
right?
And they're going to do that ultrasound technology that they used on my shoulder to diagnose it, and then they can treat it right there.
That's nice.
The days of waiting months to get seen by your primary physician and then a specialist, they are over. Is that a Vince Carter gif? It's over.
Sliced throat.
Yeah. You just go to healthcare-evolution.com. And then Jackson, they have treatment also for hair loss.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what they're going to talk to me about today. Going there this afternoon, seeing what they got over there. I'm really, really excited because it sounds quite interesting.
They don't do the transplants. They do something
yeah, it's a different. No transplants. It's all at healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. You go out there today, you might see Jackson and Doug, but you can get taken care of, and this is revolutionary. If you are someone who is sitting there going, I am in pain and I don't have a doctor's appointment for 3 weeks, and even then I know it's not going to be a solution because they're just going to send me to a specialist who's going to send me to physical therapy, you can get seen and you can get treated today. Get a free consultation at healthcare-evolution.com. Logan Taylor, the founder of Healthcare Evolution, TMA listener, says he's heard from TMA listeners Got a gentleman by the name of Scott who wanted to get back to lifting weights. He's back to lifting weights. Had a guy who was playing hockey. He was hurt. He got him back to playing hockey. You want to get back out there? What do you want to do? Ultrasound guided precision placement with regenerative treatments right where your body needs them. What can Healthcare Evolution do to help you get back to living your life? Go to healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Jackson Burkett with a play for you.
Yeah, we're going to do some teasing, Tim. We're going to do some teasing with that 50% profit boost you get for the NFL games this weekend. You're going to take those Patriots, you're going to move them down to plus 2.5. You're going to take the Seahawks, you're going to move them to plus 3.5. That's going to be a minus 114 teaser. You have 50% profit boost plus 132.
Wow, Papers making math his friend. Apply your profit boosts and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Spurs defeat the Jazz last night, 126-109. Victor Wembanyama, 26 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 blocks. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There it is, Doug.
I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman.
Jimmy Blunt.
Okay.
British Army captain.
All right.
And in the aftermath of the Kosovo War, Blunt was involved in the British refusal to engage Russian troops at the Pristina airport. After leaving the Army, then he rose to fame, Doug, because you go from the British Army to releasing a multi-million
Probably so.
selling out.
Probably a lot of them did that.
Zach Bryan had that same path, but
Really?
of course for the U.S. Yeah,
He was in the military?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
yeah.
I kind of like Zach Bryan. I mean, is that all right, Papers, if I like Zach Bryan?
You can like whoever you want.
Does it make me like a bro?
No. He's a good songwriter.
But you don't like Morgan Wallen.
I didn't say that either. This is not my thing.
But him and Pat McAfee are running a playbook.
I think they, I think they very similar.
But Zach Bryan is not running that playbook?
No, his is different.
What's his playbook, bro?
I don't really know. He's like gotten in scraps with other country stars. I don't know. He's less theatrical, I guess, than like a Morgan Wallen. I don't know. I like Zach Bryan. I like all his tunes.
Okay. That's nice.
I don't like all of his music, I would say, but some
Well,
of
it's
the
hard to
songs-
find somebody that you think every song they ever did was great.
Right.
I had never heard the Shabuzi song at the bar, and then we were at the cabin in Wisconsin, and the kids were playing just different songs, and that came up, and I said, "Oh, I heard about this guy."
And you liked it?
I thought it was kind of catchy.
Yeah.
They thought it was kind of dorky, but for some reason
They got
played it.
overplayed, unfortunately.
It's
but
still playing on the country stations.
Yeah.
It's got to be 3 or 4 years old now.
2 or 3, yeah. 2 Tree. He's great. Shabuzi's great.
Guys, Morgan Wallen is a Zinfluencer. Anyone who pops off of Barnhart is not it. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, Doug, and he
What does that
sends in
mean?
pictures of his wife, but doesn't anymore because I took Mississippi State against Missouri.
What does any of that mean? A Zinfluencer, anyone who pops off Barnhart is not it. What the hell is that supposed to
I
mean?
have no idea. The Barnhart part of it, I
Blocking.
have no idea.
You want Shrimply Pibbles blocked?
Yes. He was suspended yesterday, and there was a chance I wasn't going to impose a 10% tariff. Now it's on.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Is that the appliance discounters suspension
It
law?
certainly is. Thank you, appliance discounters. It gives this log a lot more juice.
Doug, Zach Bryan has some complications, but he's an incredible young songwriter. Separate the art from the artist.
Don't
That's
tell
from
me what to
Stepdad
separate.
Gary.
Stephen Boundbrook, what's up, Steve?
As Francesa's going to the phones, Chairman Kurt's answering a call.
Yeah, that's the
so
way it
maybe
works.
this is Stephen Pembroke.
Oh,
or
that'd be
whoever.
fun to hear from
Maybe he's
Stephen
calling
Pembroke.
us.
Callier and Thompson phone line number 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is texting me with the information on
Because it's
who is on the line.
2026, we're in a radio studio, and the host sitting over there
That's right.
finds out who called that phone over there via text.
I'm just going to save my text, and the meteorologist from Las Vegas is on hold.
Oh,
is he
God
really?
bless America.
Okay.
And by the way, before we go to the meteorologist from Las Vegas, who's going to tell us exactly what's going to happen here in the St. Louis metropolitan area over the next 48 hours, boys, we are hosting the Missouri Tiger Club lunch on April 28th, and I just got word from Wes Edwards, who I believe you know, Martin, right?
Oh, yeah, and his son is in the booth with Mike Kelly.
Yes. Have you ever heard of
Hanks
an interaction?
is in the booth with Mike and Kellen. Oh, not Kellen. Oh, jeez. Mike Kelly and Howard Richards, who, by the way, did you see Mizzou did a sit-down piece with Mike Kelly and Dave Matter, longtime beat writer for the Post-Dispatch. He now works for Mizzou Athletics. They were promoting the Mike Kelly interview, and they said, and yes, we do ask the essential question, how much does Mike really like Old Hawthorne? And I'm like, that's our bit. I live there.
That'll be so. We will be so. Martin, you're going to be amongst not just Doug, Jackson, and I hosting this lunch, but all Missouri fans. I mean, what are
they coming after me? Is that what this is?
What is? So I did it last year.
I'll wear my Turner Gill sweatshirt
with the Colonel, and they wanted the Colonel and I to do it in February. And I'm like, we're going to be at spring training. And he goes, what about TMA doing it? And I go, I'd love to do it. I said, I bet Martin wants to do it more than anybody.
I noticed I was the last to respond to the group text. No, I love Mizzou. I root for Mizzou. You guys get a little excited ahead of the game, but I try not to be a wet blanket.
Central Arkansas.
Yeah, and then the uniform reveal. Get fired up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That'll be April 28th at Llewellyn's, and I believe, kind of like Krzyzewskiville, they'll start camping out in Webster Groves.
Well, I don't know.
Early.
It's
I
just
will
lunch for these
sign,
people.
but I will sign for 5 minutes, and then it's capped off.
That's
I can't,
plenty. No.
I can't. Joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, perhaps the best mind in all of weather, Doug. It's the meteorologist who booked me a table at CC's on September 7th, 2025 in Columbia, Missouri, in advance of the Missouri-Kansas game. He's in Nevada, and he's got knowledge. Good morning, meteorologist.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We're wonderful.
Fine.
We can't wait to hear the knowledge you have.
Well, I just want to give a quick shout-out to Greg the Raider, fellow listener and Patriot, for waking me up and letting me know that I was summoned by Martin to jump on the program and talk about the events of the weekend.
I like that.
Well, we did a lot of speculating, and I said we don't have our own models. We said, but we got a guy who listens, I think in Nevada, who is works for National Weather Service, correct?
Indeed, yes. Not in Las Vegas, in Elko.
Okay.
Yeah, but
your place get a tie.
So essentially, it's going to be like 8 to 12 inches.
Oh,
in the St. Louis vicinity tomorrow afternoon and evening. It's going to start then. It's probably going to be over the area for about 24, 36 hours.
Wow. That'll shut us all down. So not south of here. We love our friends to the south and to the north, but you're saying really the greater St. Louis area, 8 to 12.
8 to 12 in the city proper there. The models haven't handled it real well, to be honest with you, this week. They've pushed it north, they've pushed it south. Kind of typical of these storms that kind of come off the front range and come into the plains like that. But this one is going to take a southerly track, which puts you guys in what they call the northern precip shield.
Doug, you like that term, northern precip shield?
I don't mind it.
I'm going to get killed on the text line for being such a weather nerd about this, but that's the facts. So you guys are going to be up in that northern precip shield where it's cold and it's going to be snowy and it's going to hang around. So it's one of those weekends to go get your bread, get your milk, get your whiskey, get whatever, and hang out, hunker down.
Hunker
down with some whiskey with me.
And this is hitting the whole country, right? More or less.
A good majority of it. It didn't do anything out here. It passed to our south, and we got nothing out of it. We're in the middle of a snow drought. But, it's going to bring a lot of snow to the Midwest. Unfortunately, a lot of ice to, like the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I'm sure DFW is going to be a mess for a few days. And then down into, what do they call that, the Mid-South, the Mason-Dixon line. That's going to see a lot of ice, unfortunately. I'd rather get a foot of snow than even a tenth of an inch of ice.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Are we going to see ice here? Are we at risk of getting ice here?
You're not going to see ice there. The issue there is because it's going to be so damn cold, the snow that does fall is going to stick to the roads. And that's going to lead to its own set of problems. So it's going to be like ice, but it's going to be just really frozen snow. It's going to be hard for them to get it off the roads right away.
And any chance that this could miss and there's a light snow, we don't get socked?
I mean, there's always a small chance that it could stay south, but it looks like the models have lined up pretty good on you guys getting somewhere between 8 to 12.
8 to 12 inches.
Seems
Doug.
pretty locked in on this.
Just like Dread.
Yeah.
Okay. What if Tim needs dinner reservations around town?
Yeah, how are we going to handle that?
I'll call around and see if I can get some places to open up for you.
If you
Thank
could.
you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the right thing to do in this situation.
Yeah.
And I will say, to support all of our local restaurants, we love hanging out around town, all these different places. What you should do, if everybody is indeed going to hunker down Saturday night, if you're not out, load up, Doug. Do a little carry out. Support the local, because that kills them when we get a big snow. So just like Tim's doing, go get 100 chicken tendies and take them home.
Thank you.
It's going to be hard to even do that.
You know what's funny about the restaurants is if they do stay open, oftentimes they get slammed because for whatever reason there's a certain type A personality that likes to get out in this stuff. And I can tell you from experience, if you're open, oftentimes, especially if you're like one of the only restaurants open, you are busy. It is incredibly busy. So maybe they'll have the opposite effect. I wouldn't recommend it in a storm like this, but who knows?
Yeah. Maybe if it's a short drive there, right around the corner or something.
Yeah, something. I mean, one of the restaurants I worked at was right off the interstate there in 70, and anytime there was weather, I mean, it would just be crazy.
Doug, how about we meet up at Ice and Fuel and lose ourselves in some booze?
Oh. Well, sounds good. The food
there was an opening. There's an opening.
Food is good
I think we
there.
could do a killer Kirkwood pub crawl. What do you boys?
Well, we do a live stream from Ice and Fuel and just get obliterated and put it on the TMA channel, and we'll talk about crap. I'm in.
Okay.
All right.
Sit there and just listen to the Sinbad segment.
Yeah, we could just re-listen to Sinbad. Oh, I could have reset right there. Yeah. I like the idea. So you say we're doomed no matter what, and it's you're estimating 8 to 12 inches.
I would say 8 to 12 over the course of the weekend, yeah. I think there's going to be kind of a lull between Saturday night and early Sunday morning, but then I think Sunday is going to be the biggest producer of snow. That's when the storm gets a good shot of moisture, and it's just going to snow like the dickens.
If we get that much, does that become a flood risk when it melts?
No, not really. Out here it would be because everything rolls downhill. We've got a lot of hills, but there, it usually bleeds off pretty quick, and you all have had long periods of dry weather. So it'll raise the rivers a little bit, but not to the point of flood stage.
I think they're really low right now, too. That's a good. I think our barge guy, we have all the insiders. Barge guy told us that.
River to Pear is low.
It's important.
By the way, if this makes me the official weather correspondent of TMA, that's like, I mean, what a problem open for my family. I mean, the PhD was nice, but nothing like this.
I agree with you on that. Now, this is something we will work with it. Jackson handles all the contracts on this show, so you will receive a document. It's boilerplate. Don't even have counsel review it.
Sure.
You just sign it and get back to us. Yep, that's correct.
Right.
Yep.
I'll have the cat read it over just to make sure everything's on the up and up.
Get you the free bathroom.
He wrote it, so.
I got to tell you, everybody loves weather. And Edmonds came into the Fox 2 studios one time, and I'm like, hey, and it was during the playoffs, like 2012. I'm like,
I really locked it.
Well, no, he was not playing. This is after he was our analyst. So he comes into the studio, and I'm like, all right, we got that home run in the fourth inning, we got that big double play. He's like, hey, is that the Weather Center? And he just walks over, and he and Dave Murray start talking about they got a seismograph. And I said, hey, Jim, we're on in like 2 minutes. He goes, hold on. So what's the weather right now in Hawaii? Like all he cared about, and I'm over there like ready to host an NLCS postgame, and Edmonds wants to talk weather. Locked in.
Really?
And
He gets a little distracted.
Would be on his phone looking at like tornado YouTube
That is
videos
correct. When Jim and I did a show for about a year, he would get these, the Sea Monster would get these incredible guests because of Edmund's name. And then Jim would ask the first question. They would reminisce for a minute. And then I would do the interview because Jim would be looking at pictures of tornadoes on his phone and iPad. The man loves a good funnel cloud.
Yeah, it's a thing. If Tennessee gets socked with the weather, I'm going to make Edmonds call.
Yes.
Not to talk sports because he
Just
quit
talk weather.
media.
That's correct.
Just weather.
Yep.
Yeah, he can give you an observation right there from the farm.
Yes, this is the thing. We got people on the ground. Official weather guy of TMA, we really appreciate the knowledge. Thank you so much.
Hey, no problem, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. That's the official weather guy at TMA, Doug.
Boy, he does good work.
He does.
He's right on it. He's all over it.
And he
He's
can book
all
you a wine
business.
restaurant, too.
You know what? He's not trying to do a bit. He's just trying to give us the weather, and that's what we needed, a good, serious take on what's going to happen.
We got good knowledge right there. All right, you're welcome to email in because we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up in the next segment. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, making request today, huh? This Jackie Papers needs a Grammy.
My Adderall was really hitting yesterday.
Oh, really?
So I was planning on just doing one of these DaBaby remixes that Doug said, and then I did 4.
Oh, did you really?
They're all dumb. Do one dumber than the next.
Well, it's kind of who we are.
It's the brand. Martin, there are only 6 more Design Air heating and cooling emails of the day in the month of January with this $10,000 HVAC system on the line. And the competition is fierce. I mean, even if you haven't won yet, you still could win the whole damn thing. Seth Goldcamp, Doug, of Design Air Heating and Cooling, came up with this idea, the greatest promotion in TMA history. What are we going to be giving away in February? Parentheses, probably nothing.
I wouldn't think so. We're spent after this.
Tell me about Design Air, would you?
Well, Design Air is a company that you might want to get to know really well if something goes wrong with your furnace here over the next few days, and next week, in fact, if it's bitter cold. Hopefully your furnace holds out. Hopefully you went ahead and got some of that maintenance that we've been talking about for so many months. If you didn't and something goes wrong with your furnace, Design Air is at designairservice.com. They will do their best to get out there. I'm sure it's going to be very busy over the next few days for them, but they are prepared for it. They've been around long enough that they have seen and handled everything. Been around St. Louis since 1904. 4th generation family. Seth Goldcamp runs the show there now. They will be ready for this storm, and they'll get you taken care of if something should happen to your furnace, and you need them desperately here over the next week or so. They believe in honest work. They're not going to try to sell you something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the extreme cold or the heat when summer rolls around, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule a service today if you can. If not, find another day when you can do that. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904. Design Air brings the heat with their handsome repairmen.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Well, here we go. Incel from the other side of the couch, and Buck Swope tied with 2 wins, but it's anybody's ball game with only 6 competitions remaining. Happy Friday, fellas. I went day drinking with some ladies yesterday after pickleball got canceled. Doug, you ever tried day drinking? You ever day drink?
No, I don't.
Really? I'm sure you have.
Well, years ago in my college days.
What about on that boat in Miami with Michael Irvin?
No,
and Andy Gibb?
that was about journalism there, Tim. I was all business.
Highly recommend it. Anyway, once the girls get together, curiosity always peaks, and this time it was about TMA. Just a bunch of ladies drinking on a Thursday afternoon talking about a morning after program, Doug.
Doubtful.
Since Doug is always begging for more female listeners, I decided to indulge them. Here was my quick rundown for them. Tim, legendary. Doug, khaki smoke show. Martin, new guy, but we know him from his little show. Jackson, young, pale, virgin, movie boy. He's witty and he knows ball. Chairman, man of the people who knows his meat. I had their full attention. Turned on YouTube. As the Moscato flowed, a couple of them became deeply hypnotized by Jackson. They're not exactly cotton tops, but they could absolutely teach him some things, and they're hornier than Sam Elliott. They'd like to know if they can come watch him play basketball, and if skins are an option.
No.
We also want to request Chairman bring back the naked cooking lives. Dancing with the Stars is over, and we need something to watch. Several of us, myself included, are very excited to audition for the Real Housewives of TMA and hope there's a casting couch situation. Just throwing that out there. Safe to say you've got a few more female fans today, and I'm not responsible for what they say. I warned them to stay off of Reddit. That is a dark, dark rabbit hole. Anyway, I gotta go. We're taking turns calling the hotties from Design Air. It's cold. Fires need lighting, if you know what I mean. They make house calls. Shame the TMA boys don't. Stay warm. That's from Sharon D. Doug, a beautiful lady who listens to the program. I think, what do you think, 28?
No, Sharon D., overweight steam fitter from Wood River.
Wow.
Gentlemen.
Poor Seth is wondering, how did this become a narrative on the show?
It's time to come out of the woodworks. I can't let some 5'8", 240-pound dweeb from Otto, Missouri increase the equity of his trailer home by 13% because he got a new $10,000 HVAC unit. Or some guy that claims he's a girl in New Melly, Missouri that feels disrespected he doesn't get his emails read on a daily basis because they suck. Oh, I love a good sports talk show that starts off the first 30 minutes talking about how one of the co-hosts would love a good 9 inches this weekend, or literally anything but sports, or some senior citizen who texts into an HD1 radio show text line bragging about how she's at her multi-million-dollar beach home in Florida and correcting the cost. Don't you have a family to text you arrived? Maybe Sharon can buy me a new HVAC if this doesn't work out, since she's got all the money laying around. Cheers. That's from the St. Gabe's Bookie.
St. Gabe's Bookie.
I'll be honest, that doesn't narrow it down.
No.
More Saved by the Bell talk, please. Can we agree Kelly Kapowski was a certified 10 and deserves Zach Morris's golden locks and cocky demeanor? Jesse Spano was a jealous third wheel with caffeine addiction and daddy issues. After high school, she moved to Vegas and started a short but dynamic career stripping. A hot documentary entitled Showgirls cataloged her rise and fall from grace. Lisa Turtle, no one really knows for sure, possibly murdered by Mr. Belding. Belding was a sketchy frauder, constantly rubbing up against Kapowski.
What's a frauder?
Jackson?
No idea.
Sicko. And last but not least, Screech. Well, we've all seen the footage. Stacked and well hung is an understatement. Screech was making women screech for years due to his engorged member. Sadly, he died trying to become a professional wrestler. It's all right because I'm saved by the morning after. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon.
Was it really? Bro Fallon.
Handsome fellas. I love that you have an earlier email today because now I can send in a topic that maybe you'll have time to discuss after you're done.
Okay.
You were talking potential seeds for St. Louis University yesterday, and I think it's really important that they keep the momentum and try to get that 6th or 5th seed instead of just getting in. You can see from this chart over the last 40 years of Final Four teams, you definitely do not want to be a 7 or a 9 seed. Doug, everything I do it for you. That's
Really?
from Cougar Hunter Jake.
Okay.
And he is quoting Bryan Adams from the Robin Hood Prince of Thieves soundtrack.
Oh, I thought those were his own words, hopefully. Cougar Hunter Jake.
Are you guys still taking Sapphic Tales? Well, then buckle up. I was at the Sheraton in Westport last end. You like that instead of weekend, last end?
He's too busy to say week. I don't care for it.
Cuddling in bed with my belle of the ball. I was the big spoon, and the Four Foxes' own Doug was my little. He was so cute and fast asleep until I woke him up with my giggles. What say you, he asked. Oh, nothing. I just feel a cut little bed bug nibbling on my toes.
Cute. Left out the E. Proofread before you hit send.
Cut might be the word there.
What's his name, Doug asked. His name is Martin, and he's a naughty, I said with a cheeky grin. Next thing I knew, Doug pulled the covers back and locked eyes with Martin with such intensity that it looked like they had years of built-up tension. Next thing I knew, Doug unplugged, and Martin gave him his opinion. I quickly positioned myself behind a potted plant in the corner and played Hey Diddle Diddle.
I thought this was a story about lesbianism.
Where is this going?
All I've heard is guys.
I'm about to cut it off. Just about to cut her off.
It's Adam from Lima, Jackson.
Oh, he's strong.
Is he done yet?
He works on the edge.
All right, let's get this. Otherwise, I'm going to go NA on this one here. My rating system, every once in a while, if I check out, I just go NA.
I'll let you fellas use your imagination on what happened, but I will say it topped witnessing the Freeze triple, the Maroon Game 7 winner, and the time that lesbian producer of yours tried his hand at comedy in Ballpark Village. Thanks. That's Adam from Lime.
Adam from Lime.
Now I'm thinking about Flossie doing stand-up.
Martin, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if you've gotten to this season of TMA yet, but the Plowhawk in 2014 said he wanted to be a stand-up comic. We were hosting a party at Ballpark Village, and he grabbed the microphone at the halftime of the Packers-Seahawks NFC Championship game, and the set didn't really work. And then Larry Nickel.
Do we have audio of that?
Someone thought it was a lesbian up there.
Oh, I need that.
Yeah, somebody screamed, "Who's the lesbian up there?" And it was a gentleman, just a smallish. And then Larry Nickel, who had enjoyed a couple of beverages, grabbed the microphone with me and turned on the audience and began to scold them.
What was Plowsy's material?
I think he opened up by announcing that he was a twink.
I think so.
And I think the people at Ballpark Village probably started scrambling.
Probably think, what is that?
Misconnections, 2011 Rams training camp. It was the Billy Badgema era. So understandably, everyone was a little bricked up. Me, an unpaid sports intern covering camp because I assume Ben Boyd didn't want to waste gas money. You, covering an assignment because Charlie Marlowe declined and hit you with a, come on now, they'll win like 3 games. And despite you having seniority over him, you just accepted his insubordination. Driving loafers with no socks around the time of that George Brett video, you know the one. Oh, you're a dangerous one. You had the jawline of a guy who spent some time in the Wisconsin region and would shoehorn that experience into conversations 15 years later on a morning drive show, prompting an unironic caller to question your affinity of cased meat. The same morning drive show that you demanded station management to implement a no AI-generated UK smut blog policy. A policy that, according to a few people that Life rejected on Reddit, will eventually bring the show down. I'm curious to learn more. If this was you, meet me tomorrow at the Village Bar before the snow kills all of us. I'll be openly podcasting JR's segment from mid-December when Jackson had the underrated line, I'm still trying to wrap my head around driving north to get to South County. Doug, that's from Al in Dadeville, and he sent a picture in, and he says, I believe I took this pic because that's Cadillac Williams, and I sent it to a friend who went to Auburn. No idea why I still have it in my phone. And Martin, it looks like you're interviewing Cadillac Williams.
Or you
Wow,
really?
the flex.
That was
Al in Dadeville.
2011 squad.
Yeah?
And it was that summer that Kevin Demoff told me that we've got our Peyton Manning. We're about to become the Colts. And I said, okay. And then when they go 2-14?
Something like that. Yeah.
With the upcoming winter storm this weekend, it seems fitting for today's investigation of the TMA Reddit page conspiracies to broach a similar topic. We turn the pages of our Vianney's hottest stepdad's calendar back about 365 days. You all may remember St. Louis experienced a pretty severe winter storm in January of 2025. Sheets of ice and over 10 inches, sup Doug, of snow across the metro area. You may also remember Chairman Kurt wasn't able to make it into the studio that morning due to his car getting stuck, an issue hundreds of St. Louisans experienced due to treacherous road conditions. But the incels of the TMA STL Reddit page felt something smelled fishy, and it wasn't old Tunish Fish Vaughn. What's going on?
What? Oh, someone's calling in. No worries.
User Iggy's Uncut Gem pontificated. You were telling me he didn't see Jackson's multiple calls to see if he was okay while he was waiting for help to arrive. User PBR Street Gang 22 chimes in. If this happened, and I do not believe it did, part of the text to the group would have been a picture of the distressed car. I demand Captain Tardy produce this photo. And user Run Revolutionary 4216 was so confident of a cover-up that he stated, I'd bet my 401k on this being fake news. Wow. Albert Einstein once said, the search for truth and knowledge is one of the finest attributes of man, though often it is most loudly voiced by those who strive for it least. It's as if he was describing the fats and sads of the TMA Reddit page. Back to you, Steve. Doug, that's Mitch, and he's over in Richmond Heights.
Is it really? Mitch, and he's over there in Richmond Heights.
By the way, I noticed he texted in earlier, I believe. And it was the first time he'd ever texted.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but I noticed the name from the emails.
Current state of St. Louis sports is covered by this show this morning. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Nothing is on TV until Sunday, so Tim will be betting on Sunbelt basketball on ESPN 8, the Ocho, by 3 p.m. tomorrow. The Blues suck so incredibly bad. Their commentator got on a tangent about the balloon guy who distracts the children while us parents somehow spend $200 on produce, eggs, and a coffee truck and pretend it's fun. Oh, and your constant stink bug of a theme today, some Merrywell hashtag girl boss who has risen to the top of the timeshares are a good investment for the olds game after the reverse mortgage market dried up. Seriously, get the former Avon lady some self-awareness. And convection oven or air fryer, that appliance still works wonders. It will resuscitate the leftovers from her attend this 90-minute presentation for a free preset menu dinner toot sweet. Can't wait for the Landman edition of Movie Bitch this weekend and Jackson's father showing his pride in Taylor Sheridan centering an entire character around his son. And shout out to all Vianney, CBC, and public school grads who applied to shovel shovel my driveway this weekend. Probably will still choose a lower crust MCC applicant to remind them their place. But props to the Publix who included their PSR attendance stats on their resumes. Makes the selection process more difficult. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Buenos dias is something you would likely hear if parts of South Miami. You might also hear and see some busty Latinas strolling on the beach, or some hardworking Central American infielder grinding out a tough double play, or maybe even a quote-unquote not coked out Michael Irvin talking hurricane football. But in the 1970s, one thing you would absolutely not see was one Douglas Elvin Vaughn doing cocaine. No, sir, not a chance. You didn't catch this young man hoovering rails of snow off a male stripper's abs.
No.
Okay, so show us your ass.
No.
Ain't no way somebody lives in South Florida and does it either do white or butt chug like crazy. Those are the only two options. My granny lives down in Naples, and she don't snort, but she does have a 3-foot bong with a funnel.
Oh.
You do the math, Doug. That's from Biscuits with
Buy
McGravy.
that. Biscuits with McGravy.
I'm not going to be much good to you this morning, not after seeing Humphreys McGee burn down the pageant last night. Today, with the Billikens in upstate New York to take on the Vonnies in a 4:30 p.m. Degenerate Gambler special, we flash back to February of 2017 when the Billikens ended up stranded in Olean after their bus driver went missing. It did happen.
I believe it did, yeah.
In one of the most bizarre stories involving a local team during the TMA era up there with Mike Danton, murder for hire plot, and Kyle Loesch fisting of Skip Schumacher, the Billikens bus driver was nowhere to be found when the game wrapped up around 9:30. Fortunately or unfortunately, Travis Ford was able to track down the location of the missing bus using Apple's Find My iPad feature, just as Steve Jobs intended. It turns out they were going to need a new driver since the 56-year-old woman who had taken them to the game had a little run-in with Johnny Law in another county 40 miles away. I guess she had a nip or six of that cooking sherry as she blew a 2.2 on the old breathalyzer. On his way out of the Riley Center parking lot, Bonnie's coach Mark Schmidt taunted Travis Ford by rolling down his window and yelling, "Welcome to the A10, bitch." That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recess lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
And finally, trying to figure out the direction of the show in the early going reminds me of the tacklers attempting to hit Barry Sanders. It's about time that somebody called out Big Air Fryer, logistics, lighting, and free parking. You always manage to journalism the heck out of it, even if it doesn't initially make any sense. Like Ollie's unearned extension, or when Martin replaced the Dear Deidre segments with Sharon from Clayton. I have to just trust you guys, even when I find myself thinking the same thing as when my grade school gym teacher had me square dance with him. This had better be going somewhere. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of sales of TMA Ringtones. Jeff Passan abruptly leaving the show because any Hillary Clinton criticism is now 15% off. That's the Design Air.
Shooter McGavin.
Heating and cooling. Email of the day.
Okay, there's a lot of them. A lot of them.
Ricky Proehl joining us next. TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, not sure what you can afford or what you can get approved for, doesn't matter. Go to AutoLoanPro.com. Their job is to get you into a new vehicle with little to no money down. Also, the best rate possible. No matter what's happened on your credit report, they're going to help get you turned around. One website does that, AutoLoanPro.com. They're part of the Lita family. If you get online, you download the free playbook. It's going to educate you, also help you get the car of your choice in the future. They work with over 50 different lenders, not vendors. They're going to get you the best financing available. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro, the Auto Loan Pro. Make it that large purchase, gets a little complicated. Maybe there's a hiccup. Doesn't matter. The Auto Loan Pro gets you back on track. Find that vehicle online. They have a number of cars right there on the site. Scroll through it, get signed up, and just be confident knowing they will help you get the car and get your credit back on track. Little to no money down, best rates possible, all of that at one site, AutoLoanPro.com.
It is the morning after 101 ESPN Design Air, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the head coach of the Battlehawks, Ricky Proehl. Morning, Ricky.
Morning. How you guys doing?
We're wonderful. We apologize. We're running behind, and I know you've been very patient with your time, but at least you got to hear some wonderful emails, Martin. I'm sure that had to be a treat.
This is now we're even, pal. This is yesterday. You're in the shower. We're trying to do a damn show. You can't pick up the phone. You get to wait today. I'm sorry, Coach.
Look at that.
I knew that was going to be your answer to me having to listen to all your endorsements and commercials and ads.
I'm so sorry.
Martin, you forget one thing. You were the last person to call me when I got the job.
Oh,
wow. We're very disappointed. I thought we were closer than that.
We're doing a segment on TV. He's mentioning Frank Cusimano, Randy Carricker, and he goes, "Hey, Martin, Frank called me, Randy called me." I'm like, "Okay, I'm on the 2-5. Let's move it along, buddy." But that's not even. It's not even accurate. First of all, we broke the story you were going to be the coach, and then I texted you, "Congratulations." That is a fact. I didn't call you because I figured you were in the shower.
Why the snub?
Yeah. Oh,
your text got buried under about 100 texts from former teammates and everything else. So you were late on that.
Very hurtful. Very hurtful. So you'd rather hear from O Pace than me about a new job? Get out of here.
Hey, it's funny you say that. I'm talking to Orlando in about 10, 15 minutes.
Well, tell him to text me back, big man.
Everybody's fighting here, Doug.
Yeah,
it hadn't gone well so far.
I'm trying to get a word in. Just we've got a guy, Garrett Bowles, who's a good friend, left tackle for Denver, who is up for an award, and Orlando is one of the. He's on the panel for the vote. So I'm trying to cast my push for Garrett to win the award. So yeah, I'm talking to Orlando here in about 15, 20 minutes.
I think it's Isaac Bruce who has said, the group text, all these former Rams, these guys that played at a high level are on all these chats together, and that O gets crushed more than anybody. And they all talk about how Ohio State pays the most, and they always did. Does O still take the most shrapnel?
He does. It wasn't good this year either. They got on him hard. I tell you, some of the guys, I hit back. I'm like, "Hey, what are y'all doing all day?" Like, they're texting. It starts at like 9 o'clock, and it's like I'm still getting buzzes at like 5 in the afternoon. Like, they're still texting back and forth.
I think anybody on a group text can relate. Like, this is all right. So you're the head coach of the Battlehawks. You've been putting players together. We've got the schedule out, and tell people why you did this, because you've been out of the game. I mean, you've been coaching and working with kids, but why this job now?
It's just it's always been. I love working with young athletes, with people who are hungry to be the best version of themselves. And this is a league that I really enjoyed 2 years ago coaching. It's not an 11-month job. It's not 20 hours a day. But you still get to give back to the game that meant so much to me, that gave so much to me. And that's it. It's just, this is a great opportunity. I always wanted to be a head coach, to be able to do it my way. You sit there as a player through 17 years and the good, the bad, and you said, if I was ever a head coach, this is what I would say. This is how I would do it. And now I get the opportunity to do that.
It seems like this would be a tough team to coach, because you don't really even know who all the players are at the moment, do you?
No, I don't. I know a considerable amount of them, though. But you're right, I don't. But that's the exciting part. I get to meet them. I get to know them, and that's the biggest thing with sports and football. It's such a team game. You get a chance to meet these people on a different level, not just as athletes, but as people, and just try to impact their lives like so many coaches impacted my life.
Do you get to pick any of the players, or is that all done for you?
Oh, yeah. No. Myself, the offense coordinator, defense coordinator, we picked all the players. We picked every single one of them. We researched our guys. I can't say enough about Corey Chamblin, my defense coordinator, and A.J. Smith, my offense coordinator. The research they did, and being in the league for 4 or 5 years, they know a lot more than I did on as far as the depth of some of these guys that have been in the league. And but we came to an agreement on all our guys, what we were looking for in a player on defense and different positions, the skill sets on offense. And just it really was a lot easier on draft day than I anticipated.
How often, you were in the league almost 20 years, how often on the sideline or in the huddle even like, oh, my God, that's the dumbest idea. You had to have, as a player, questioned the head coach, even if maybe to their face during the week, during meetings, but maybe all players do that where you're thinking, what is this coach thinking?
Well, I think we all I thought it more the first 9 years when I was on some 4 and 12, 3 and 13 teams. But later in my career, when I was blessed to go to 4 Super Bowls and 6 NFC championships, you're not saying that as much. So you kind of realize, you realize, and then you start to realize that there's tough times and tough situations that come up in the course of a game where you got to make a split-second decision, and there's times. I tell you, the hardest thing I deal with right now as a spectator is the analytics and the field goal and not taking points. That bothers me sometimes, especially in the first half when these guys are on their own 45-yard line, 40-yard line, and it's 4th and 4 and they're going for it. I don't know. I don't agree with it. I think analytics doesn't take in the conditions, the type of the game, the weather, where we are, the momentum of the game, and I think there's certain times of the game where, I could see going for it. But, I just think sometimes points add up, 3 points add up. And I think we're starting to live in a world, in the NFL and in college where it's like we go for it all the time. And I think it can bite you in the tail more often than it doesn't.
Were you shocked when you saw Curt Cignetti going for it on 4th and 5 Monday night, Ricky?
Well, he's I really wasn't, because of the confidence he has in his football team and how they were playing. So, I wasn't. But I was, when I look at the Chicago game, the Rams game, some of those cases early on, I was very shocked.
Yeah, and I think you can have a rule like, hey, more times than not, we're aggressive, we go for it on 4th down. I just hate the idea. We always go for it. Well, what if you're down 2 and you're at the 10-yard line? Like, of course, you would kick the field goal to win the game. And I just hate that it's this across the board. I think Cignetti a little bit, just in appearance, facial, just approach, reminds me a little bit of Mike Martz, just the swagger that doesn't give a rip what anybody thinks.
Yeah. Well, and that comes with winning a lot of football games, and it's working for them. I mean, they all the pieces are together right now, and that quarterback special, that football teams, they got some great running backs. They were a great football team. To me, I mean, they'll make a movie. This football team, it was an unbelievable story, and undefeated, and to beat some of the teams, how they beat them was unreal. But, next year's another team, I don't know if those rumors are true. They're saying they're trying to bring Mendoza back and pay him what he would make as the NFL first pick of the draft. It's the circumstances, everything aligned this year for them. But you know how that works. Things change, and next year will be a different year. And then you kind of see what happens. But I do think he's obviously a hell of a football coach, and those players have bought in to the culture that he's created.
Well, we are going to play the clip because I don't know if you remember where you were on this date. But first, I need these guys to understand. Oh, we have the clip. Okay, so, Tim, I don't know if people in St. Louis remember it, but the Rams were really good in '99. But to get to the Super Bowl, something had to happen. In Papers, what did it sound like?
Make a play and put there going deep. Touchdown. Ricky Proehl in the corner. They sold out with a blitz. That's a play. Is it ever?
That's a play. Well, to be fair, John Madden said somebody at some point here is about to make a play.
And then it happened 26 years ago today, Ricky.
Unbelievable how time just flies. It is amazing that Madden, and it's so cool to have Madden and Summerall do that game. And hear John, that never gets old hearing John say that. And then it's crazy to hear him say someone's going to make a play here in these last couple minutes. It's just lot of memories in that place, a lot of great memories, and that was obviously probably my most memorable play as an NFL football player.
Wasn't an easy catch either. The guy was draped all over you, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. We was kind of hand battling for 15, 20 yards, and I just tried to, hold him off, and screen him off, and then catch it over my shoulder to where he couldn't make a play on the ball. But it was, it was good throw, and just it worked out the way it was supposed to, man. I'm still just, it's awesome. Never gets old hearing that commentary.
And he got that second Super Bowl ring by going to Peyton Manning and the Colts in the 2006 season. He quit his duties on the Fox 2 pregame show. Tim,
wow.
I was driving to Bear Plaza across from the Dome. We're getting ready for another big pregame. Ricky is our weekly analyst. And he texted me and said, hey, did I tell you I signed with the Colts the other day? And I said, I'm sorry. So I think I called him, and he said, Martin, Peyton Manning called, man. I'm on the Colts now. I said, but we have a show in like an hour. He said,
right.
Yeah, I'm not going to be there. And I said, he said, dude, it's Peyton freaking Manning. And I'm like, I understand that, but we still have this show to do. So without me being understanding and holding you to the terms of the paperwork, which probably didn't exist, you wouldn't have had that second ring. So I'd like a little credit for allowing you to join Peyton.
You're getting the credit right now of me being on your show.
Oh, that's it.
How's that?
All
Clip
right.
that off.
All right.
Clip
That's
that
it.
off.
Even now. I guess we're even. By the way, Ricky Proehl debut at the Dome March 28th. That's an 11 a.m. Saturday start. They got the D.C. Defenders to kick off the UFL season. All right, my man. Thank you for making time for us.
I appreciate it, guys. I can't wait to see y'all, and it's going to be a great year. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait.
There he is, Ricky Proehl with us. Thanks, Ricky. Appreciate it. Ricky Proehl with us here on TMA. 26 years to the day from that famous catch that led the Rams to the Super Bowl. We will take a commercial break, come back with more Morning After here on 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Online at igotfloored.com. Michael himself takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Learn more at igotfloored.com, or you can go in and see for yourself. They have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis area. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael and Michael's Flooring, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com in Creve Coeur, in Garden Prairie, and in St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring, online at igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Dallas Stars. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Busy presentation today, Doug.
Has been.
Busy. Ricky Proehl in the previous segment, 26 years to the day since he made the famous catch against the Buccaneers to send the Rams to the Super Bowl. Also joined in the 9 o'clock hour by Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou, and in the 8 o'clock hour by Joey Vitale, and then also by the official weatherman of TMA now, and he is a guy in Elko, Nevada.
Yeah, we wanted to get someone local.
Yeah, so we got him.
Right.
Podcast Everything, Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on the morning after. Coming up, well, Doug, you tell us about Schaefer Door. Why don't you?
Well, I hope your garage door works this weekend because it's going to be rough out there. If it's not, Schaefer Door will try to get out there and get you fixed up. They're the best in town at doing that. They have a special standby service for doors that break over the weekend. If your door breaks over the weekend, this weekend, mister, you got some real problems. Schaefer Door is at a Lift Master Partners, what they are. They service all kinds of garage doors, but they install and service with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They also handle those big, giant warehouse doors. If you own a business with those big doors, yes, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to handle any job, small enough that when you call with a question, they're going to have a real human being right there to answer your question. Their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you an entire new system. If you don't need it, they'll get you fixed up with LiftMaster. That's SchaeferDoor.com, SCHAEFER. Their website again, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
We have done some super long segments today, so we need to play catch up. We'll come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, we got a lot going on here, and I need to tend to it. Number one, we're going to give out the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I have no idea who won it.
No, I don't either.
Jackson is the only one who knows, and he signs an NDA. And you're willing to do that. You're willing to expose yourself to litigation.
Yeah. Well, to protect this program, I would do just about anything.
Would you really?
Yeah, especially the integrity, the moral fiber of this show.
Yeah, moral fiber. I like that. So that's coming up here on this Stiefel dossier. Then, in addition to that, we've got a huge piece of news. I'm curious if Jackson knows about it. I didn't know about it. We'll have that for you. But Chairman Kurt, the filtering process is catching hell in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat from a member of this program for so many years, Ken Iggy Strode, who says he sent in an email for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. He wanted to win the HVAC system.
Did he really?
And he says, sad, I got filtered in place of that. And then he uses the S word.
Gosh.
I like it when you call me Big Papa.
Was that the email?
No,
Did he
but
get it in on time?
it was in on time, and it was in the filtered file for a little bit.
Yeah.
Then as more come in, you kind of, one in, one out.
Right.
But here's a little taste of what you missed out on. Who invented the shoelace and who decided what not to use to tie the shoe? It takes a kid months to learn the bunny goes around the tree and through the ears and up the pole or whatever the hell it is. No more laces, all slip-ons.
What did the Greg Lansky tweet say?
And that you didn't feel would have been one of the better emails?
It was in there. It was like kind of like Mizzou, one of the first four out.
Yeah, first four out.
All right. Well,
Fire another bullet, Iggy, next week.
It's a tough competition. He thought he was going to win a new furnace with that?
He also, in the email, said he didn't need an HVAC unit. He has perfectly good radiators. So if he's not even trying to win, gotta take somebody's spot.
Well, yeah, I guess you could gift it to someone else, maybe.
It's a thankless job I do.
The filtering, I mean, that is a tough place to be in the filtering spot. All right, we will have that coming up on the program. Doug, entertainment news. My guess is Jackson has to know. Doug, I bet you won't.
Probably
Many
not.
St. Louisans are about to learn about it. We'll have that for you and the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Five Iron Golf, the ultimate indoor golf experience. I cannot say enough good things about all of the TrackMan simulators, the bays, the courses you get to play, the bar, and I got to tell you this, the food at Five Iron Golf is outstanding. My family loves going to Five Iron Golf at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard in Clayton. Check it out. Five Iron Golf in Clayton, not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. You can get the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at fiveirongolf.com. Trust me, you are going to love it. TrackMan simulators, the absolute best, the true standard for somebody either looking to practice or looking to play courses. And then, of course, you have the party and event space along with a bar and a restaurant. Get memberships, book parties, play in leagues. It's all right in downtown Clayton. It's fiveirongolf.com. Well, some pushback on Chairman Kurt's filter as Nipper School Monitor says he liked the email, Iggy, in Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. So, Chairman, I don't know.
I didn't say I didn't like the email.
It just didn't make the cut, though.
Correct.
But if you liked it, it would have made the cut.
Yeah.
I thought it was a strong batch today, in fairness.
Thought I could kind of talk my way out of that one.
I've been there before, brother.
A. Bayless, Doug, says, KG just read it before the break, Iggy. And then Iggy said, why? I don't need the pity.
Oh. Well, we weren't pitying him in any way, were we?
I wasn't.
No. We just didn't think his email was as good as some of the others.
It's a tough competition. It's really heating up.
$10,000 on the line, Doug. I mean, can you imagine what it's going to be like a week from today when we announce the winner or announce that there's a sudden death playoff on February 2nd? You horse plowing me?
No, I'm not.
Jackson, are you aware of the HBO show that has been shot and is set in St. Louis that will be debuting shortly?
I heard about this like a year or two ago. But I don't know much about it.
Don't know much. Linda Ronstadt, Aaron Neville?
I don't know.
89, 90?
It sounds about right now.
The DTF St. Louis,
yes.
it's called? Yeah.
Doug, are you familiar with DTF St. Louis?
No.
DTF St. Louis.
What is that?
Chairman Kurt, are you familiar with it?
I am not, but I'm intrigued.
DTF St. Louis is a dark HBO comedy that will be debuting. Don't have a specific date, but at some point in the first half of this year, starring Jason Bateman. You know him from the Hogan Family. David Harbour. You know him from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Linda Cardellini. Richard Jenkins. And Joy Sunday, Doug. And it's set in St. Louis.
Okay.
Nobody familiar with this.
No, I remember them talking about like when they started shooting it, and that was like a year and change ago.
It said it was shot in May of 25 in Atlanta, but it's based in St. Louis. Vanity Fair writes, first look, HBO's DTF St. Louis explores what exactly goes on in the white picket-fenced homes of families in the Midwest. The 7-episode dark comedy from Stephen Conrad. Are you familiar with Stephen Conrad, Jack?
Yeah, he did Secret Life of Walter Mitty, Patriot.
With Mel Gibson?
No, a different Patriot. Maybe it's the one with, I'm not sure.
Huh. So we don't know much about this cat.
Well, I just answered the damn question.
Oh.
God almighty, Doug, you ever talk to you like that?
It's a different Patriot.
That's what I thought. All right. Feeling good.
He also did Tim's Valley.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, that's a story of my tramp hip.
Huge hit.
I'll do the skull jokes, thank you. So the story deals with loneliness in the Midwest, hidden desires in the Midwest, and how do you pronounce this word, Doug? Ennui? E-N-N-U-I?
I don't know what that means.
What the hell does that mean?
You don't know what that means. You use Movie Boy.
Ennui?
So Ennui, if that's how you pronounce it, and I apologize, I went to a state school and didn't graduate, but Ennui is a feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. Doug, that reminds me of 7 a.m. every morning for you.
Similar. Maybe they're going to come here.
Yeah. Jason Bateman plays the role of Doug Vaughn.
I can see it.
DTF St. Louis. No one's normal, Conrad, who did The Patriot, but not with Mel Gibson, tells Vanity Fair.
Yeah.
It just looks that way from across the street. All right, there it is. DTF St. Louis on HBO.
I like both those actors. I've come around on Jason Bateman. I've come around. I used to not be a big fan of his.
Why?
And that was Teen Wolf 2.
Yeah, I never really got it. His characters always has the sleeves rolled up on his dress shirt, untucked. It's like he has
going after Steve Templeton.
It's like his part of his contract is having rolled up sleeves with a dress shirt. But since then, I don't listen to the Smartless podcast, but I watched that whole behind the scenes documentary.
That's exactly how I am too. I don't listen to that podcast, but I watch that behind the scenes.
And I loved that, and I thought it was great, and he came off really great. So yeah, I'm in. So I'm interested.
Okay.
David Harbour 50-50 on, but, he was married to that Lily Allen, kind of went sideways.
It's pronounced ennui. It's French. It means boredom, dumbasses.
Oh,
that's from The Sick Man.
But they already used the word. Didn't they use malaise already, which is a French word for boredom? Like, why are we doubling down on that?
Jason Bateman has no range. He always plays the same guy. It's from the 617.
That's kind of where I was, but
maybe that's because casting directors see him as the guy that would fit the part.
I really like him in Air, the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck vehicle about making the Jordan 1s. I really liked him in that, so I'm in on Bateman.
Okay. And when does this start?
It says early 2026. I guess they haven't fully dated it yet, but it's a mini series, so I don't expect there to be a season 2, but which are popular now, like the murder mystery miniseries.
Oh, sure.
Careful, Tim. KG's behavior is how they got the czar. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Is that a Russian reference?
Would seem like it.
These people.
Yeah, that's how they got the czar.
What's the DTF? I mean, is that...
Yeah, what do you think that is?
Down to...
Is that what it is?
For sure.
Oh, okay.
Because nobody's normal, not even the people across the street?
That's what Stephen Conrad said, but he didn't do The Patriot. Don't you dare.
It's about a love triangle, so yeah, I assume that would be the acronym they're using. Don't think it would be, down to, I'm going to be careful.
And they're going to portray this as what happens all the time in St. Louis.
That's right.
Okay.
Sounds hot.
Well, I don't think it's going to be like St. Louis, a hotbed for infidelity, but I just think it's like insert Midwest town here.
Yeah, okay, we were one chosen.
Which I thought maybe KC with Bateman's background, but I'm glad they're representing. But back-to-back shows with Jason Bateman about Missouri, not shot in Missouri.
Right.
Which is tough, but give the tax credits then.
And he also appeared in Up in the Air in St. Louis.
There you go, yeah.
But was it based in St. Louis when they would have those scenes, even though it was shot in St. Louis? Doug, as you remember, I was on set with George Clooney and Vera Farmiga, who kind of looks like Julia Ann.
That J.K. Simmons part definitely is, because that's in an office building in downtown St. Louis.
But were they saying in the film that it was set in St. Louis?
I'm confused. Were they saying in the film it was set in
Well, in this case, DTF St. Louis was shot in Atlanta.
Right, but set in St. Louis.
What were they saying in Up in the Air? A lot of it was Omaha.
Right, but they're traveling to places to fire folks.
And he talks about Lambert and the architecture of Lambert.
He does. I think when he fires J.K. Simmons, which is a famous scene, that's shot in St. Louis, and we're led to believe it's in St. Louis because there's a lot of Blues and Cardinals stuff on the office walls.
Well, J.K. Simmons says, "Not my tempo!"
Oh.
Remember that?
Yeah, you rushing or dragging, Doug.
DTF in St. Louis's case stands for double trans fats. That's renewable eligible. So now we got a confirmation. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email Today next on TMA. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. You know what they say, new year, new you? Well, how about new year, no new home upgrade with Universal Windows Direct online at universalwindowsdirect.com or by calling 314-334-2522. It's Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of the biggest offers they have ever done. And with 0% interest financing for 60 months. But wait, it gets even better. You will get $1,000 off your entire project, plus a little something to look forward to, a vacation voucher through Destination Motivation with every purchase. That's right. You go from winter chills to a warm getaway on Universal Windows Direct. Check it out at universalwindowsdirect.com or call 314-334-2522. To schedule your free estimate. Buy 4, get 4 free, 60 months, interest-free, $1,000 off, and a warm vacation to look forward to. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Stars tonight. Pregame at 6. Puck drop at 7 on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Jackson, who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for January 23rd, 2026?
Alan Dadeville picks up his second win.
No
fooling.
Alan Dadeville.
Wow, Alan Dadeville. We've got 3 tied for first going into the final week with the incel from the other end of the couch, Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville. Oh, Doug.
How do you like us now?
This is almost more excitement than I can handle.
Congratulations to Alan Dadeville. 3-way tie. BK and Ferrario up next. Time to go. Bye. If you run a small business, this one's for you. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear